Chapter 28:20, Crazy Provocation. Chapter 28:20, Crazy Provocation. The Blood Race army was silent as death. It was not due to fright. It was because they had never seen before such an impressive person to dare come to the Blood Race army and call them out. No one in the Heaven One Alliance had this courage. Most importantly, there were only 5 people. Were these few guys crazy? Isn't your blood race the so-called strongest across the heavens? Why are each and every one of you like scaredy cats? Come out if you guys have the capability and fight one-on-one with your Grandpa Yang. Grandpa Yang will take on 10 of you by myself. No, 50. A bunch of weaklings. Your grand aunt is already in front of your door, and you all don't even have one who dares to answer the challenge. Your blood race keeps calling yourselves powerful every day. In the end, an army of 5,002 true sovereign heavens were actually killed by the 5 of us until we said through, weak, TSK, really too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. Jingfei was also someone who desired to see the world plunged into chaos. This kind of provocative activity was all too appropriate for her. She was not tall, but she nodded her head and planted her hands on her waist, behaving like a senior when talking, coupled with that disdainful expression. She completely had an appearance that aggravated people to death. The battle in the fog was the disgrace of the blood race. Many in the Blood Race army had experienced that battle, being teased by Jingfei at this time. Each and every one was unbelievably enraged. Coupled with Yang Qing's appearance that was asking for a beating, each and every one in the Blood Race army was filled with righteous indignation, taking the initiative to request to fight one after another. But without any order from their superiors, they did not dare to fight arbitrarily too. In the Blood Race camp, indignation was long already overflowing. Great commander, let me go and fight. I'll go kill that boy and avenge the hatred. The one talking was Han Guang. Back then, he had his foundation severed by Yi Yuan with one sword. Until now, he had not fully recovered yet, and only had the strength of Lower Saint Sovereign Heaven. Jingfei's words were like one slap after another, slapping him in the face. Because that fight, it was the army that he was leading. This battle was also his most disgraceful battle. Luo Chuan's expression was very ugly too, but he still shook his head and said, "They are just 5 people, but dare to come outside of our barracks and call for battle. There must be a ruse. Moreover, you're not his match." Han Guang wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. In his current state, he was really not an opponent who could withstand a single sword from Yi Yuan. The moment Yi Yuan's Dao sword was unleashed, he could most likely forget about surviving this time. But having people block the front door like this, it was really aggrieving. Looking at his appearance, Luo Chuan said, "Just wait. Commander-in-Chief definitely has a decision regarding this matter." The Blood Race Army's commander-in-chief was similarly a half-step true sovereign heaven called Blood Spirit, but he was currently reporting the situation here to the Blood Race's highest commander, Li He. The Blood Race's Emperor realm powerhouses were all guarding in the vicinity of the spatial Pa-S Sageway and did not dare to leave in the slightest. The army was stationed in the outer periphery. This is the Heaven One Army's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We can't fall for it. Send a few true sovereign heavens over and directly kill them. Remember, they can kill them, but take care not to be lured deep in by the enemy. Li shook his head and said to them, guarding the Pa-S, Sageway was the most crucial thing. In order to open up this spatial Pa-S Sageway, the Blood Race paid a huge price. Once the Pa-S Sageway was lost, and, body could bear this consequence. The unusual behavior of Yi Yuan, and the rest made Li He even more vigilant instead. Several powerful auras emerged from the blood race camp. Yi Yuan and the others turned around and ran. The few of them grasped the distance just nicely. It was naturally impossible to deliver themselves to the hands of true sovereign heavens. Oh my, you bunch of cowards, to actually use true sovereign heavens to bully Grandpa Yang. After Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll come and kill you all until you pee. S your pants. Yang Qing scolded with vulgarities as he ran. Come back. Worried that the few great true sovereign heavens would fall into a trap, Blood Spirit called them back in time. The few true sovereign heavens could only return to the camp reluctantly, but they had just retombed, and Yi Yuan 5 people came back again. Blood Race's grandsons. Do you all only use cultivation realm to bully people? Your father is invincible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. You guys can't even find a Saint Sovereign Heaven? A bunch of trash. Don't talk about whatever the blood race is number 1. The blood race is invincible in front of your Grandpa Yang in the future. Your father will beat the S-H-I+T out of you. Yang Qing shouted at the top of his voice, yelling nonstop. Whatever unpleasant words there were, he would throw them out, being despicable to the extreme. Then, once the blood race's true sovereign heavens came, they would immediately run away. The moment you left, they came back again. Inside the blood race army, it immediately exploded, especially the Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation, requesting to fight one after another. Great Commander, we seriously can't take it anymore. These few guys are bullying my blood race for having no one. Commander-in-Chief, let me go out and fight. Your father will definitely beat the S-H-I+T out of him. See if he still dares to say anything about being invincible in the same rank. Yeah, Commander-in-Chief, even if we aren't their match, it's also impossible for the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons to lose to them, right? Let us fight. Let us fight. In the blood race camp, those who had some strength were practically about to go berserk. Even if their strength was lacking, they also proposed to fight. The blood race had always held a truce, H-I+ing stance towards the Heaven One Alliance. Even in this Northern Front battle, they had also just experienced a big victory previously. Such a suffocating thing. They were really not used to it. After a few times, even Blood Spirit, this commander-in-chief, could not quite suppress it anymore. How, Jin Chung, the few of you Kiliarchs go and challenge them. But be careful. Although these guys have foul mouths, their strength is indeed very strong. It's rare for them to find a match in the same rank. Finally, Blood Spirit still relented. In reality, he also reached the limit of his patience. As the blood race's commander-in-chief, there was only him oppressing people and beating them up. When was it other people's turn to challenge at his doorstep? Especially Yang Qing, this loudmouth. He really made people have an impulse to tear him to pieces. This guy was different from Jingfei. This guy's keenness was simply innate. Even if he did not talk, he also made people want to beat him up. Moreover, this guy's mouth was simply too wretched. Seeing Blood Spirit relent, Bahao and the rest of the Kiliarchs all revealed looks of wild elation. Commander-in-Chief, rest assured. Which of us aren't invincible in the same rank? Unless we run into the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Otherwise, we're not afraid of anyone. These few punks are seeking death. Bahao said with great joy. The few Kiliarchs immediately rose into the air and faced Yang Qing 5 people from a distance. The moment Yang Qing saw the few people, he immediately got excited. He was loathsome, but he was also a madman. Hearing that the blood race had experts, he was excited to the extreme. TSK. The blood race finally has a few who have courage. Which of you are Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons? The rest scram further away. Your father will really beat the I plus T out of you guys. Yang Qing said C. Oh, see, Killy. The moment Ba Hao and the rest heard those words, they immediately wanted to tear Yang Qing to pieces. He snorted coldly and said, You wench, you're not worthy of having the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons take action. The few of us is enough to deal with you. Yang Qing had a disdainful look as he said, With just the likes of the few of you? Don't think that you guys are impressive because you can revive. Your Grandpa Yang is invincible in the same rank. I'll beat you until you can't revive. After he was done talking, Yang Qing's long spear shook, and he charged straight toward Ba Hao. Chapter B, Chapter 28-21, Provoking the 100 Sons, /B, Chapter 28-21, Provoking the 100 Sons, /B, weak, too weak. Does your blood race only know how to brag? This kind of strength, you also dare to come out and pick a fight with your Grandpa Yang? I said that I'll beat you until you can't revive. Then I'm beating you until you can't revive. Above the void, Yang Qing flew up while Brandis, plussing a long spear. With the power of a single spear hit, Ba Hao inevitably vomited blood. Ba Hao, who was similarly half-step true sovereign heaven, was not Yang Qing's match at all. Each and every one of the blood race powerhouses' faces became black as the bottom of a pot. Arrogance was not scary. The scary thing was that he was arrogant, and you could not even beat him. This was especially true with Yang Qing, this guy whose mouth owed a beating. Although Yang Qing was detestable, his strength was really strong. Especially after following Yi Yuan and killing the sea race until the sky and earth dimmed, plus the success of overcoming the tribulation, his present strength really crushed those in the same rank. Ba Hao's strength was not weak. He was not bragging. He indeed rarely had an opponent in the same rank. But compared to the current Yang Qing, he was far too lacking. Yang Qing was not idling these few days either. He had fought with the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses in succession too, without a single defeat. Hey, what are the few of you still in a daze for? Your Grandpa Yang said to fight 50 of you by myself, so I'll fight 50 of you alone. Come at me together. Let your Grandpa Yang enjoy it. Yang Qing said, arrogantly, as he suppressed Ba Hao. Those few Kiliarchs were virtually going to explode. This guy was really too detestable. Those who came to guard the spatial Sageway could be said to all be elites of the blood race. Their combat power was rather formidable, but now they were actually being overwhelmed by someone in the same rank. They felt ashamed. Freaking this is a race war, not a martial arts compet. 1. Tyan, who's playing according to the rules with them. Attack together. Tear this guy's mouth to shreds. Since you want to fight 1 on 50, then we'll fulfill your Wisconsin Plus, foolish human, you guys will find out that provoking the blood race is the biggest mistake of your lives. There were a total of 12 Kiliarchs that came out. They were all the same, being half-step true sovereign heaven experts, with 12 people joining forces. The strength was clear at a glance. Yang Qing was strong, but he was not strong to such an extent yet. Yi Yuan, you're still looking on with folded arms. Kerr, are you going to scam me to death? They're already ignoring the rules. You're still following the rules with them? Yang Qing shouted loudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you want to fight 1 versus 50? It's just 12 people now. It's not appropriate for me to make a move. You're always scamming me every time. I don't want to live anymore. Yang Qing cried out strangely. This guy was a living treasure. However, his ability to pull aggro was also indeed strong. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would not have brought him here. Drawing 12 half-step true sovereign heavens at once, this was a big deal. Yang Qing, this guy, repeatedly screamed strangely, but he could not be defeated in a short while. Yi Yuan's attention was in the direction of the blood race camp. He saw 3 figures at a glance. Even when standing in the army, those 3 stood out like cranes standing among chickens too. The gazes of the blood race powerhouses next to them, when looking towards these 3 people, faintly carried fear and admiration. This even included some true sovereign heavens. Yi Yuan virtually determined in an instant that these 3 people were the 3 in the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Their bloodline was extremely strong. Entering the Emperor realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. Yi Yuan even heard that the blood race had a long tradition of selecting the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. Most of the present Hegemon realm powerhouses found their way to distinction by standing out from the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. It could be seen from this how strong the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons' strength was. Yi Yuan was looking at them. They were looking at Yi Yuan too. That punk is very strong. Yan Meng suddenly said. Wu Shang did not agree and said, no matter how strong he is, so what? Just a divergent cultivator, an unorthodox path, utterly not worth mentioning. Yuan Zheng smiled and said, don't look down on this boy. I heard that when Luo Chuan was hunting him down, he called down a 7-9 Dao tribulation. Under the 7-9 Dao tribulation, he actually survived. Most likely, his combat power isn't beneath the 2 of you. The moment these words came out, Yan Meng and Wu Shang's faces turned black. Among the 3 of them, Yuan Zheng's ranking was the highest, 88th place. Wu Shang was ranked 2nd, 93rd place. Yan Meng was ranked at the bottom, 97th place. The rankings of the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons were attained by killing out of the blood pool. It absolutely could not have any falsehood. 88th place was stronger than 90th place. There was no question about this. Therefore, Yuan Zheng indeed had the capital to look down on the 2. Yan Meng was still okay, but Wu Shang said in a great rage, Yuan Zheng, don't you be rampant. Before long, I'll definitely take you down. The Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons were all lunatics, their combat power being extremely fearsome. They were naturally unwilling to be beneath people. Therefore, the rankings of the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons would also frequently change. In reality, the strength below 100th place should not be underestimated too. Yan Meng was ranked 97th. He was not necessarily safe. It was also precisely this kind of mechanism that made the combat power of the blood race extremely strong. Coupled with their undying bodies, they had no opponents in the same rank at all. Therefore, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, these 3 people did not take him seriously too. Yuan Zheng was indifferent and said with a smile, with just the likes of you? Hoo-hoo, after the matter here is settled, I plan to go and challenge Qi Lin. The moment these words came out, Wu Shang, 2 people's faces changed again. Qi Lin was the 85th ranked powerhouse. If Yuan Zheng succeeded in challenging, then his ranking would improve greatly. This guy's strength had already reached this level, and right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly extended a little finger and beckoned at the 3 people with a playful look. The murderous auras on the 3 people instantly spread out. Yuan Zheng said in Amya's, E-M-E-N-T, interesting, this guy is actually provoking us. As he said, he shook his head slightly, looking as if he was not moved. That meaning was very clear. You are not worthy of us to take action yet. Indeed, Yuan Zheng did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. What did 7-9 Dao Tribulation count for? Their combat powers were all no less powerful than true sovereign heaven. Overcoming a 7-9 Dao Tribulation was almost guaranteed. Yi Yuan was similarly indifferent. Suddenly, he grinned. Rustle! Hundreds of divine essence swords instantly spread out, charging right into the battlefield. Pooh, pooh, pooh. His arrival was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. These guys who fought to a draw with Yang Qing were obliterated by Yi Yuan in a few exchanges. Yes, it was not killed. It was wiped out. Of course, everyone did not notice that each time Yi Yuan killed someone, he would use the Dao sword to suppress a drop of blood essence. His action was extremely secretive. Even true sovereign heavens could forget about discovering it too. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was extremely shocked from watching. He cried out, "You became stronger again." Through the 7-9 Dao tribulation, the baptism for Yi Yuan was huge. By borrowing the power of the Dao tribulation, his strength had indeed improved further. His universe sword formation became stronger. The 12 people died out in less than 100 breaths, and Yi Yuan also collected 12 drops of blood essence. His mission for this trip was considered to have been successfully completed. All of them were 12 half-step true sovereign heavens. Furthermore, they were the blood race's elites. These blood essences were much more precious than what he had collected before. Then Yi Yuan extended his finger again and beckoned at the 3 people. The provocative intent became seemingly even stronger. Chapter 28-22, Bloodline Prowess. Chapter 28-22, Bloodline Prowess. Yi Yuan did not have many words, but that contemptuous attitude was even worse than Yang Qing's. But on the blood race's side, there was really no one who dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yan Meng 3 people. Only the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons could deal with Yi Yuan. What bulls? I plus T Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. The blood race's trash came up with a ranking and think that they are invincible under the heavens? Come. Have a fight with your Grandpa Yang, if you have the ability. This time, let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Yi Yuan's boundlessly imposing appearance, Yang Qing became unhappy. He was originally planning on sweeping the blood race away. In the end, Yi Yuan took the limelight. He was currently irritated in his heart. Yuan Zheng revealed a look of amuse, E-M-E-N-T, and said to Yan Meng, "Go and play with them?" Yan Meng nodded slightly and said, "This kind of drudgery can only be done by me." Yuan Zheng smiled and said, "Who asked you to be the weakest? Go and play casually. This kind of trash, they think that they can fight with the 100 Sons after killing a few trash. Let them witness what's called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons." Yan Meng also smiled slightly, his figure suddenly turning into a blood-colored streak. Russ. H.I. plussing towards Yang Qing. Before he reached, Yang Qing already felt an endless blood energy locking onto his entire being. The cheekiness on Yang Qing's face disappeared into thin air at this time. What replaced it was a serious expression on his face. In his eyes, Yan Meng was like an ancient, desolate beast. He was stronger than anyone he had ever met. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent in the same rank. Yang Qing did not hold anything back, urging Spear Dao rule and destruction rule to the peak. This spear was his pinnacle work. Yan Meng wielded a blood-colored long sword in his hand and said with a disdainful look, "Spear technique is pretty good and already attained quintessence. But compared to the 100 Sons, it's too weak." In virtually a blink of an eye, 2 powerful forces clashed together. Boom! Yang Qing's body was abruptly smashed, flying out. PTTFT. Fresh blood spurted wildly from Yang Qing's mouth. Under one strike, he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. Furthermore, a strand of blood energy burrowed into his body just now. He was already inflicted with blood corruption poison. Yan Meng looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Ant-like trash also dare to compete with eagles. Kid, originally, you could have slipped away after making a show of force. But since I've made a move, you can stay behind here. no matter what schemes and intrigues you all have, in front of absolute strength, it's all in vain. In his view, Yi Yuan was laughable, provoking the 100 Sons. Then one would have to be prepared to bear their fury. Defeating Yang Qing in one move, the blood race's side was completely boiling over with excitement. How can a lowly race like humans possibly be the blood race's match? Lord Yenmeng is mighty. Let this punk know that our blood race's heavenly majesty is inviolable. Brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try to be arrogant again now. Being suppressed too heavily previously, how could the blood race army be willing to let it go after being given the opportunity at this time? They let loose a wave of mocking towards Yi Yuan and Yang Qing. Indeed, the combat power that Yen Meng displayed was too strong. When Luo Chuan saw this, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, "This kid clearly knows that there are the 100 Sons in the army, and he actually still dares to provoke. He probably doesn't know that the various races heaven's chosens who died in Yen Meng's hands had already exceeded what fingers can count." Blood Spirit smiled and said, "Ming Yi, that fool, wants to use a few geniuses to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now, I'll make him suffer a double loss. With the 100 Sons around, even if this punk wants to run, he can't escape to—" The blood race's current strategy was to remain unmoving like a mountain. "No matter what approach you took, I'll only guard the spatial pas, Sageway, firmly. But huddling up like this also let Yi Yuan they all have S-P-A-C to be unbridled. However, the Cruce, H-I, plussing combat power that Yen Meng displayed also broadened everyone's horizons. Yang Qing's strength was not weak, but he completely could not stand up to a single hit in front of Yen Meng, and Yen Meng was merely ranked the last among the trio. Far away in the void, several figures were hiding. Wei Liang, Dan Fei, and the rest were also paying attention to the situation of this battle. Yi Yuan willingly risked his life. It was naturally impossible for them to let such an opportunity go. Once the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses took any action, they would immediately seize the opportunity to win the war. But very sadly, the blood race's Emperor Realms were like cowardly turtles, completely unmoved by it. At this time, when Wei Liang saw that Yang Qing was defeated in one move and furthermore sustained serious injuries, he could not help saying with a cold smile, "Warned them long ago that the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were not to be trifled with, but they didn't listen. Ho-ho, now, they seem to be enjoying the feeling of getting slapped. But the price is their own lives." The others were all silent, including Dan Fei. Indeed, they were very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. They all knew that Yi Yuan was strong, but the strength and reputation of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons were ACCU mulatto through experiencing countless fights. It was absolutely not an unearned reputation. Each of these people, they were all the embryos of Emperor Realm. Furthermore, the one taking action now was merely the weakest Yen Meng. Yen Meng looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person and said coolly, "I know that you cultivate Dao sword and are very powerful, having once killed Han Guang with one sword. If you unleash this sword, you might still have the strength to fight a battle. How about it? Want to give it a shot?" He knew that the Dao sword was formidable. He naturally also knew that that was Yi Yuan's final trump card. Once executed, then he would definitely have to die here. Looking at Yen Meng, who was posturing suavely, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "If you only have this bit of strength, then I really wouldn't need the Dao sword to deal with you. Are you sure that you're not letting that strongest one come out?" Yen Meng had a disdainful look as he said, "Still want to posture on your deathbed? I haven't even used my full strength when dealing with that punk, and he was already brought down. Now, I'll let you witness my true power." finished talking, Yen Meng's blood-colored long sword swung. A terrifying blood energy dyed even the horizon red. In this region of S, P, A, C, it even seemed a little withered. Blood-colored withering. Yen Meng unleashed a sword move. This sword was several times stronger than the one that dealt with Yangqing just now. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Yen Meng actually did not use his full strength, yet, when he was dealing with Yangqing, the muscles on Yi Yuan's body were rapidly withering away. This kind of power was unlike the power of rules, but was incomparably terrifying. And right at this moment, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. The dragon, might on his body, suddenly rose to the sky. That power directly pushed that endless blood color out. Roar! Yi Yuan's body emitted a faint azure color light. Dragon might materialized. The moment Yi Yuan's dragon might came out, it directly suppressed that terrifying blood color. Everyone's faces changed again. It turned out that what Yi Yuan was strongest in was not the universe sword formation. Dragon might surrounded Yi Yuan's body. He looked at Yen Meng and said coolly, transcending tribulation the last time, my bloodline transformed. I haven't tested the true power of a battle's soul level bloodline yet. Today I'll test it out on you. 9 heavens. Dragon transformation fist. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry, directly throwing a punch out, meeting Yen Meng's blood-colored longsword. Boom! 2 terrifying forces instantly collided together. Then Yen Meng was directly blown up, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The power of a battle soul level bloodline was utterly formidable. Chapter 28-23, Defeating Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons Again. Chapter 28-23, Defeating Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons Again. That cloud of blood mist attempted to recondense, but Yi Yuan smashed a punch out again. Boom! The void trembled. The blood mist was directly wiped out. However, a drop of blood essence was suppressed by Yi Yuan with the Dao sword and put away. Yen Meng, who was still unparalleledly domineering just now, was thoroughly killed by Yi Yuan in one exchange. The entire blood race camp was deathly silent. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said lightly, "Do the so-called Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons only have this bit of strength? I still have plenty of strength that hasn't been used yet." Yi Yuan said these words from the bottom of his heart. He thought that Yen Meng could receive a few of his punches, but he did not expect that he failed to receive even a single punch. Too weak. From battle spirit level bloodline to battle soul level bloodline, this was a qualitative leap. The power of Yi Yuan's dragon race battle skill increased by more than 10 times. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's bloodline power was simply the jinx of the bloodline power. At least, in the same realm, Yen Meng was unable to use the power of blood energy to threaten him at all. How can this be? The Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons didn't even last one exchange. This guy is actually of the battle soul level dragon race bloodline. This is practically impossible in Saint Sovereign Heaven. This guy is clearly a human. Why would his dragon race bloodline be so powerful? In the blood race camp, a series of puzzled voices suddenly came over. This scene before their eyes had seriously subverted their understanding. In their imagination, even if Yi Yuan had some strength, he could at most fight fiercely with Yen Meng for a few dozen rounds before being defeated. Who could have thought that Yen Meng did not even manage to last one round? The impact that this strong contrast brought to them was too strong. Even Blood Spirit, this commander-in-chief, did not come back to his senses for a while too. Hiding in the void, the gazes of a group of Emperor Realm powerhouses shot toward Wei Liang very strangely. Wei Liang's old face immediately did not know where to go. Emperor Dan Fei was here. He did not even dare to rebut. Before his void had faded, Yi Yuan already slew Yen Meng. What a resounding slap. A hint of surprise flashed across Emperor Danfei's eyes, and he said, I didn't expect this boy to actually be of the battle's soul level true spirit bloodline. It looks like he benefited greatly from overcoming the 7-9 Dao tribulation the last time. Dragon race bloodline. Even among chaos true spirit bloodlines, it's a paramount existence too. The improvement of bloodline is extremely difficult. I didn't expect that a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven can actually reach this point. Zuo-chun, you really picked up a treasure. Zuo-chun did not speak when he heard it, but sighed softly. Everyone understood what he meant. He was sighing about Yi Yuan Zident. 1. Tai as a divergent cultivator. No matter how strong he was, his achievements would ultimately be limited. Furthermore, the more powerful he was, the heavier the heavenly punishment he would suffer. He was a good sapling. It was just a shame that he was a divergent cultivator. He took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. It was more for the sake of redeeming the extreme medicine sect's reputation. And Yi Yuan was also borrowing his influence and power to sit firmly in the seat of great commander. Everyone was just making use of each other. That was all. As for master and disciple feelings, there was no such thing. Of course, if Yi Yuan was not a divergent cultivator, Zuo-chun would definitely view Yi Yuan in a different light. A genius who could casually kill a Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, he would be an extremely sought-after existence everywhere he went. Only that way would it be considered for him to have really picked up a treasure. If the two of you don't dare to come out and fight, go back. Don't say anything about the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons being invincible under the heavens in the future. It's really shameful. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Shang and Yuan Zheng, who were far away, as he shook his head and said, that appearance was too hurtful. Wu Shang and Yuan Zheng's faces became black as the bottom of a pot. This scene earlier had indeed brought to them a huge shock. Who could have thought that the powerful Yan Meng was actually so weak to not even be able to withstand a single blow? Even someone as strong as Yuan Zheng had no confidence in his heart anymore. These two people stood in midair, unable to leave nor stay, awkward to the extreme. Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's still that sentence, one-on-one. I'll challenge the lot of you by myself. If you all feel that you're not strong enough, there's no harm adding a few dozen more. This you will meet all at the same time. Pa, 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 pa. It was as if slapping sounds sounded out in the air. Yi Yuan quoted Yang Qing's words and was unparalleledly domineering. He was not cheeky like Yang Qing, but the words he uttered were unparalleledly domineering. These words were established on an invincible aura. The BLU-S, Ter's arrogant BLU-S, Ter was beaten down in front of Yi Yuan's absolute strength until there was not an unscathed spot. Now, they had no qualifications to be proud at all anymore. Didn't you see that the two remaining Saint Sovereign 100 Sons did not even dare to answer? Yang Qing clutched his chest and said with a gloomy face, F asterisk King H, L, the Limelight Goddess, and ATC, head by this guy again. He's so strong, but he actually left me in the lurch just now. This D-A-M-N guy, I'll trample him underfoot one day and ravage him back and forth. He discovered to his dismay that the gap between him and Yi Yuan was getting bigger, but Yuan Zheng's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, you don't need to goad us. I don't believe that Wu Shang and I, two people, joining hands aren't your match. Yi Yuan felt some regret in his heart, but he still extended a finger and beckoned at the two. That appearance was scornful to the extreme. Yuan Zheng, don't show off momentary bravery. This boy wants to goad you into making a move. The two of you hurry up and get back to camp. Ignore these guys. Just as Yuan Zheng was prepared to make a move, Blood Spirit said in a solemn voice, The moment these words came out, it was equivalent to the blood race yielding. As the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons, how prideful were Yuan Zheng two people in their hearts. It was still fine if Blood Spirit did not say anything, but the moment he said it, they wanted to fight even more. Humph! Our Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons' prestige can't be blasphemed. Yuan Zheng gave a cold snort and stepped into the sky, directly taking out a large blood-colored bell and covering Yi Yuan with it. At the same time, Wu Shang also tuned into a S of blood water, enveloping toward Yi Yuan. The moment the large blood-colored bell came out, heaven and earth rumbled, and blood energy rose to the sky. Grade 2 Grand Mist Treasure. This power was significantly stronger when compared to Yan Meng. The two people were on a completely different level, adding on Wu Shang's blood water that seemed to have come out from the netherworld. When the blood race powerhouses saw it, their hearts could not help quivering, feeling more hopeful. Yi Yuan did not care about this Astonies. Plussing momentum in the slightest. It was still the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. His Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist had already cultivated to the 3rd level and had boundless power. Now, Yi Yuan could blow apart true Sovereign Heaven powerhouses by relying on the Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist. The power of Bloodline was no joke, only to see him throw both fists out, SMAs. Plussing towards the two people, respectively. Boom. The sound given off by the large bell shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt. Yuan Zheng spurted a mouthful of blood mist wildly, his figure flying out backward. Wu Shang was worse when compared to Yuan Zheng. His stream of blood water was directly blown up by Yi Yuan's punch. Wu Shang revealed his figure, his entire complexion incomparably pale. Clearly, he had suffered considerable injuries. One punch defeated the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons again. Yuan Zheng's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said in a solemn voice, "His strength likely already approaches the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons' top 50 powerhouses. The two of us joining hands are absolutely not a match either." Chapter 28-24, Tastefully Loathsome. Chapter 28-24, Tastefully Loathsome. Dong, dong, dong. The large blood-colored bell emitted a series of bell chimes, reverberating throughout the heavens. Every time it rang, Yuan Zheng would spurt a mouthful of blood wildly. As for Wu Shang, he was unable to get close at all. Yi Yuan's strength could not be cracked at all. This scene shocked everyone deeply. Ha ha ha! Blood races trash. Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? What's the matter now? All gone mute. What bulls? Plus T Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. In front of us Azure and Yi combo, they can't withstand a single blow at all. The invincible in the same rank that your Grandpa Yang was talking about earlier is our Azure and Yi combo. When the two of us join hands, we're unmatched among Saint Sovereign Heavens. Seeing Yi Yuan's grand display of invincible might, Yang Qing suddenly became excited again. This kind of opportunity to posture and slap faces, he would not let it go. Hence, this Azure and Yi combo appeared bafflingly. Everyone could not help rolling their eyes. But no one could refute it. Right now, Yuan Zheng two people were currently being abused madly by Yi Yuan. They did not even have the chance to fight back. The hope of the blood race's powerhouses that had just ignited, it was directly extinguished by Yi Yuan's immense strength. Blood Spirit saw that the situation was not good, and his figure moved, about to charge toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had been guarding against the blood race this side long ago. Before Blood Spirit could move out, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed. SMAs. Plussing a punch towards the two. Boom. The void trembled. Yuan Zheng two people were smashed into pieces by Yi Yuan with one punch before they had time to scream. By the time Blood Spirit rushed over, Yi Yuan already brought the two people's blood essence as well as the large blood-colored bell and made his getaway, looking from faraway figures of Yi Yuan and the others. Blood Spirit had immense hatred, but he did not dare to chase after the deaths of the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. This was absolutely a huge matter in the blood race. Yuanzheng, 3 people dying here, was an extremely troublesome thing to him as well. It was not that Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons never died before, but they were often killed by the Heaven One Alliance's powerhouses. There were really not many who died at the hands of someone in the same rank. Of course, there were those who were defeated, but directly being obliterated by someone in the same rank, that was a joke. It was not that there were none stronger than the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons in the same rank, but wanting to kill them was far too difficult. But today, this joke actually happened before their eyes. In the blood race camp, people were shocked to the extreme. How could a guy from a remote continent be so powerful? Blood Spirit said, hatefully. When Han Guang saw this scene, he started dumbfoundedly and mumbled, "This brat, in just a few days of not seeing him, how could he have become so strong?" He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He kept crying out for revenge, but if he really went out, he probably would not have been able to return. As for ordinary bloodkins, they were even more shocked to the core. Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons, those were all D-like existences in their eyes. Now, they were actually slaughtered by someone. That's the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons. They died just like this. That guy is only just Middle Saint Sovereign Heaven. He hasn't even reached Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. After he reaches Grand Completion Saint Sovereign Heaven, that will truly be invincible in the same rank. How could such a monster appear in the Heaven One Alliance? This guy will definitely be our blood race's formidable enemy in the future. The blood race had always had a sense of superiority in front of the Heaven One Alliance, but now their sense of superiority was ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan. When the advantage of revival no longer existed, the blood race also did not appear as powerful anymore. At least, Yi Yuan could disregard the blood race's advantage of revival. Ha ha ha! You bunch of weak chickens, come out and fight again if you have the ability. What bloodline is powerful? What #1 race across all the heavens? You guys can really brag. Got beaten by your Grandpa Yang until you don't even dare to release a fart anymore. Don't you all have 100 sons? Only 3 came out now. Call those in front out too. My Azure and Yi combo will beat the S, H, I plus T out of them all the same. Why is N, body talking anymore? Your Grandpa Yang is an expert that's lonely and desolate as snow. Also, that guy just now called whatever blood spirit, right? Just you wait. After your Grandpa Yang breaks through to true sovereign heaven, I'll beat you into blood dregs. After blood spirit returned, Yang Qing rode Xiao Qing out again. The blood race's powerhouses were all angered until they had livid expressions. But they really could not send anyone out anymore. No matter how Yang Qing taunted them, the blood race's side had no reaction at all. Let him shout. We'll just shut the camp. Whoever dares to yell about going out to fight again will immediately be sentenced to death. Blood Spirit gave a death order with a cold face. Hence, no one dared to call anymore. In reality, even if Blood Spirit did not give the order, and, body would dare to call about going out to fight anymore as well. Gotta be kidding. Even the Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons died. Send who else out to fight? But it was really aggravating. Yang Qing's mouth was really loathsome until it was unbeatable. His strength was not considered top-notch, but his taunt skill was really invincible under the heavens. He clearly suffered serious injuries, but looking at his smug appearance, how did he look like an injured person? The Blood Race Army's powerhouses were all beyond furious, but there was nothing that they could do. How aggrieving! In the void, the Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses were all stunned. These few little fellows actually beat the Blood Race until they did not dare to go out. Although the Blood Race was apprehensive of them sneak attacking, Yi Yuan, they all relied on real ability to make the Blood Race huddle up at home too. Including Dan Fei, they were all extremely shocked. Although they knew that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator and had powerful strength, being powerful to this extent still exceeded their expectations. No wonder this guy dared to come and provoke them. He was really fully prepared. There's really no one coming out. Don't blame your Grandpa Yang for not giving you a chance. If there's really no one coming out, your Grandpa Yang is leaving, Yang Qing said with a look of regret after scolding for half a day. This half a day, he did not repeat a single sentence, scolding extremely satisfyingly. Scolding people like this, and others could not even rebut. How enjoyable! All right, go back. They don't dare to come out anymore, Yi Yuan also said with a look of regret. Seeing Yi Yuan few people's departing back views, the Blood Race powerhouses could finally heave a sigh of relief. These few DS a plague finally left. Yeah, I was scolded by this guy until I was even doubting life. Say, you guys, are we really very weak? At the Northern View City's camp, Wei Liang slammed his fist heavily and said excitedly, really exhilarating, this seat has experienced hundreds of major and minor battles, but there hasn't been once that feels as good as this time. The action of blocking the door this time was really incomparably liberating. Even these Emperor Realm powerhouses, were incomparably excited too. The battle with the Blood Race was too depressing. You clearly killed the opponent. In the end, the other party resurrected immediately. The next battle, they would similarly deal with you in their strongest state. But once you got inflicted with blood corruption poison, it was basically waiting for death. Yi Yuan directly killed 3 Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons in this fight, and killed close to half the Kiliarchs. This was killing absolutely. The other party did not even have the chance to revive. Furthermore, the Blood Race army was blocked in the camp and scolded, and they did not even dare to release a fart. Utterly satisfying. This kind of victory was really satisfying. Although the scale of this battle was not large, it was incomparably liberating. An Emperor Realm powerhouse said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha, it's really great. Yi Yuan's Cruce. Plussing victory feels really great. Also, Yang Qing, that punk is loathsome, but he's very tastefully loathsome. It's still my first time seeing the Blood Race like cowards, not daring to even release a fart. Relieving. Too relieving. You didn't see. It's silent in the Blood Race camp. Each and every one of those soldiers, they were flushed red but couldn't vent it. Ha ha ha, really too great. Each of the Emperor Realm powerhouses felt amazing. They thought that Yi Yuan was in incredible danger in this fight. How could they know that a few little fellows actually brought such a relieving battle? Furthermore, this fight had huge harvests, eliminating 300 Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons and close to half the Kiliarchs. This held even greater significance than annihilating an army of 50,000. Chapter 28-25. Done. Chapter 28-25. Done. I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, wielded my long spear and killed the Blood Race army until their helmet and coat of mail were in utter disarray. Those whatever bulls. I plus T Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons couldn't even last one exchange under my spear, and they were thoroughly obliterated on a small dirt mound. Yang Qing had a look of exultation, describing his heroic valiantness. Around him, many Heaven One powerhouses were surrounding him, listening until they felt an upsurge of emotion. Yang Qing's strength was indeed strong, virtually invincible in the Heaven One army. Therefore, his words sound fantastical, but it was still very convincing. Of course, he grafted all of Yi Yuan's contributions onto himself. "I, Saint Exalt Azure Sky, shouted loudly, who dares to come and fight?" That bunch of blood race trash immediately shut themselves in. "Sigh, invincibility is really lonely." Yang Qing gave a long sigh, with quite the air of a lonely expert. He had been invincible for too long and naturally developed the air of an expert. When not being detestable, he really had quite the air of a general. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is well deserving of the name Azure Sky, making our human race's awe-inspiring reputation renown. Awesome. Great. Didn't expect that our Heaven One alliance will also beat the blood race until they don't want to step out of the door. Saint Exalt Azure Sky is mighty. For a time, praises lingered incessantly. Yang Qing immersed into this kind of praise, unable to extricate himself. This kind of feeling, he had enjoyed it countless times but would never tire of it. On the contrary, he gladly endured the hards. H.I.+P. After Yi Yuan came back, he went into close seclusion and did not exit. These few days, Yang Qing had been boasting himself every day in the army camp. True sovereign heaven powerhouses naturally would not be bored enough to come and bother him. Hence, these few days, Yang Qing's reputation became more and more resounding among the bottom-level soldiers. This matter was only known by Emperor Realm powerhouses. In the beginning, everyone naturally did not believe it. But Yang Qing obtained the token of the blood race's Chiliarch. This thing could not be faked. There were naturally more people who believed in it. TCH, Yang Qing, can you please have some face? I was wondering why you couldn't be found these few days. It turns out that you ran here to brag. Right at this time, a discordant voice came over. The moment everyone looked, it was little dragon girl Jingfei. The moment Yang Qing saw Jingfei, he secretly thought to himself, S.H.I.+T. Why did this girl come here? Those soldiers felt an upsurge of emotion when they listened and had long already believed Yang Qing. The moment they heard her at this time, they became indignant. A soldier called her in a question, "Girlie, what the H.E.L. I do, you know?" Saint Exalt Azure Sky has the token of the blood race's Chiliarch in his hands. This is the symbol of their ident. One tie, without killing the other party. It's impossible to get it. Jingfei rolled her eyes. This bunch of guys was bluffed by Yang Qing into becoming his hardcore followers. She was just about to open her mouth to provide an explanation, but there was a blur before her eyes, and Yang Qing already arrived in front of her. "Hoo-hoo, Jingfei girlie, you came to find me to ask for something, right? Let's go then. Find another place to talk about it." Yang Qing covered Jingfei's mouth and dragged her, and was about to leave. Jingfei was not Yang Qing's match at all. She had her mouth covered and could not speak, but this really could not stump her. The blood race's Chiliarch did die, and the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons died too, but they were killed by my big brother Yi Yuan. This guy is just body waving a flag and shouting for cheers. That's all. Asmal and exquisite Sea Conch flew out, the voice immediately spreading throughout the barracks. All the soldiers exchanged glances when they heard it. It was Great Commander Yi Yuan. Isn't he a heavenly alchemist? Why is his combat strength so strong too? This La S is Great Commander Yi Yuan's younger sister. She naturally fantasizes that her big brother is a hero. Oh, so that's how it is. There was still no one who believed it. Jingfei became anxious and immediately shouted through the Emerald Sea Divine Conch, "Yang Qing, you dare to seize my big brother Yi Yuan's credit. Do you still want to resolve your blood corruption poison, or not?" The moment Yang Qing heard, he immediately jumped up and said excitedly, "This guy really found a way?" Jingfei could finally speak. Looking at him, she said with a sneer, "Is there anything that my big brother Yi Yuan can't do in this world? He made me come find you to go and test the medicine." Yang Qing said, excitedly, "Then what are we still waiting for? Come on." Finished saying, he ignored the dumbfounded crowd too, disappearing with a flash. Jingfei glanced at the soldiers hatefully and said with a look of anger from their failure to live up to expectations, "You bunch of fools, misled by people with a few words. My big brother Yi Yuan is a divergent cultivator, his strength being formidable. Someone like Yang Qing, he can beat him up with one hand. Yet, you guys still believed his rubbish. H. Plus humph." Finished talking, she left too, leaving behind the dumbfounded-looking crowd. Yang Qing was poisoned by the blood corruption poison, inflicted with the blood corruption poison, and he could still be as brave as he said. It turned out that they were all fooled. It turns out that the one who did those things was actually Great Commander Yi Yuan. Great Commander Yi Yuan is really impressive. Just how long had he joined the Heaven One Army? He already made 3 great miraculous achievements. This kind of big victory is really a tribute to our Heaven One's divine might. It's so amazing. Just now did that La S say that the blood corruption poison can be resolved. Suddenly, the entire place became deathly silent. The moment Yang Qing entered the room, he was virtually about to suffocate. Within the room, there were one powerful aura after another, making him virtually unable to breathe. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. It was just that the gazes were somewhat strange, like looking at a little white rat. "All right, begin," Danfei said coolly, but in this calm voice, it exuded strong antic. "1. Piation." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and pointed at the board in front of him and said to Yang Qing, "Lie down." All right." Yang Qing lay on the panel, seeming somewhat cramped. This room was too terrifying. These guys were definitely all Emperor Realm powerhouses. Upon lying down, a B-L-O-O-D-Y aura hit him in the nose. A wooden basin was placed in front of Yi Yuan. Water was filled in the wooden basin. To be exact, it was blood water. Scarlet red. It looked shocking. Yi Yuan was long prepared. As soon as Yang Qing lay down, starlight shone brightly, and the Xuanji 9 leaves acupuncture technique started, only to see him reach his hand out in focus. Divine essence needles Pa S said through the blood water. The divine essence needles were actually dyed red in an instant. Following that, the fantasy-like acupuncture technique began. The acupuncture technique this time was greatly different from when he imparted to the others before. These few days, he carried out an in-depth lysis of blood essence. The blood essence of Yuan, Zheng, these people had more reference value. The blood essence of the blood race, the stronger they were, the more powerful, and the more vigorous it was. Previously, Yi Yuan already had a framework for treating the blood corruption poison. This time, with an even better reference, he found the method very quickly. The reason why Yang Qing got injured and he did not take action, it was actually to make him be this little white rat. It was easier to get started on an acquaintance. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Yang Qing's strength was extremely strong. His ability to resist the blood corruption poison was also stronger than the others. He was naturally a very good experiment subject. This basin of blood water was actually medicine water refined by Yi Yuan with the blood essence of the blood race, assembled with several dozen kinds of grade 5 heavenly medicines. This medicine water, coupled with his improved Xuanji 9 leaves, it could completely cure the blood corruption poison. Yi Yuan's technique was dreamlike and mystical. Even a hint of surprise flashed across in Zhuo Chen's eyes. He was a grade 8 heavenly alchemist. How sharp was his eyesight! The virtues and faults of this technique were clear to him at a glance. Impressive. Sigh. Zhuo could not hold back, and heaved a sigh again in his heart. A shame that he was a divergent cultivator. This kind of alchemy path genius would definitely be a grade 8 or even a grade 9 heavenly alchemist in the future. Truly a shame. One divine essence needle after another fired into Yang Qing's body. Yang Qing emitted M.U.F. fled groans continuously. No idea how long had Pa.S. said either. Yi Yuan's divine essence needles suddenly stopped, the stellar power dissipating with a loud bang. A hint of wild ecstasy flashed across Yi Yuan's face, and he said, "It succeeded." Chapter 28-26, Yi Yuan's Requirements. Chapter 28-26, Yi Yuan's Requirements. It was not just Yi Yuan. All of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present, their chests heaved unevenly, their faces revealing looks of ecstasy. The blood corruption poison in Yang Qing's body had already completely dissipated into thin air. Everyone knew what this meant. During these thousands of years, powerhouses that died under the blood corruption poison were too many to count. Even around these Emperor Realm powerhouses, there were many people who died from the blood corruption poison too. But even if they had the ability to access the highest heavens, they were powerless to do anything about this too, and could only passively watch their loved ones and friends die. That feeling of powerlessness drove people insane. But now they finally saw hope. Yi Yuan resolving the blood corruption poison absolutely had trans-era significance. This signified that they did not need to fear the blood corruption poison anymore. This meant that the millions upon millions of Heaven One powerhouses were able to be reborn. This also signified that even more powerhouses would be born. The significance was far too great. The Heaven One's various races had many, many geniuses. They could originally have stepped into the Emperor Realm, but because of the blood corruption poison, they perished. Now, with Yi Yuan's method, those geniuses poisoned by blood corruption poison were able to stand up again. Too remarkable. Truly too incredible. With this method, what are we still scared of the blood race for? Ha ha! For thousands of years, the difficult hurdle that numerous heavenly alchemists failed to overcome after advancing and filling the gaps left by fallen comrades was actually overcome. Impressive. Impressive. In the engagements with the blood race in the future, there's no need to be overly cautious anymore either. Succeeded. It really succeeded. Ha ha. Wei Liang started laughing agitatedly. As he laughed, his eyes actually became wet. Wei Yun, if you were still alive, how great would it be? How great! Wei Liang choked. An exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse actually cried, crying like a child. Zhuo came to his side. Patting his shoulder, he urged, Wei Yun will also be happy in the afterlife. Wei Liang nodded slightly, but still could not resist silently shedding tears. Yi Yuan knew that Wei Liang's impression of him was not good, but he did not expect that his reaction was actually so intense. Seeing Yi Yuan's puzzlement, Dan Fei explained, Wei Liang and Wei Yun, two brothers, were once the extreme medicine sect's peerless twin prides, the two people's feelings being extremely deep, especially Wei Yun. He was reputed to be the genius with the greatest hope of stepping into Hegemon realm. But sadly, back then, when they were still at true sovereign heaven, Wei Yun was accidentally poisoned by the blood corruption poison in a great battle, and he fell in the end. This matter is still Wei Liang's heart, not till this day. Actually, not just Wei Liang. Each and every one of the Emperor Realm powerhouses present had somewhat wet eyes. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present all came over from being weaklings too, fighting fiercely for several thousand years, who didn't have a few loved ones and friends die around them. Now, They found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison, but their loved ones and friends could not return anymore. How could they not feel vicissitudes of emotion? Yi Yuan, you found the way to resolve the blood corruption poison. There's no greater merit, Dan Fei said with a solemn face. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I found it, but this method can't be applied in a large scale at all. In order to refine this basin of blood of flame crystal, it already depleted 1/3 of the blood race blood essence. This basin of blood of flame crystal can at most treat 1,000 people's blood corruption poison. Even if the effects of the Saint's Sovereign Hundred Sons blood essence is stronger, it can at most treat 5,000 people. After that, it will become useless. The blood race's blood essence is too difficult to obtain. Presently, the biggest issue was still the blood race's blood essence. This blood of flame crystal was Yi Yuan's own invention. The most important ingredient added to enhance it was the blood essence of the blood race. This time, although he obtained some quality blood essence, it was still too little and not enough to use at all. And the blood race would not give him this kind of opportunity anymore. This was also to say that the next time someone got poisoned, he would have no way of curing. At present, there was only half a month left before the 3-month deadline. The blood race side was still increasing its troops. The number of troops at present already said 25,000 people, while on the human side there was only around 40,000 people left. These 40,000 people were already the limit that the Heaven One Alliance was able to transfer over. After the spatial Sageway was exposed, over at the Absolute Heaven Barrier there, the blood race launched an incomparably fierce offensive. It was for the sake of not letting the Southern Front transfer troops over. If the Absolute Heaven Barrier was breached, whether or not the spatial Sageway was broken would not hold much meaning anymore too. Therefore, the Northern Front's war affairs currently has at most only left with one last battle. Either succeed or die trying. The last great battle, nearly 10,000 people died. Among them, a very large portion was poisoned by blood corruption poison. Currently, in the army, there are merely 4,000 to 5,000 people poisoned by blood corruption poison. Just nice, we can carry out the final great battle. Putting aside how significant the blood of flame crystal was, even for this battle, you've rendered a great achievement too. You've merely entered the alliance for just over a month, but already made 4 miraculous contributions. Speak, what rewards do you need? Dan Fei said. Talking up to here, Dan Fei also had to sigh with admiration. In a short 1 month plus, Yi Yuan first breached the blood race's defensive front, triggering heavenly punishment to send the information. Then he created arrows that reversed the war. Then he killed the Saint's Sovereign Hundred Sons, as well as many Kiliarchs. Lastly, you even created the blood of flame crystal. These 4 great achievements, any one of them was a virtually impossible to accomplish mission. Calling it 4 great miraculous achievements was not overboard too. Yet these 4 great miraculous achievements happened on Yi Yuan alone. Dan Fei had fought for many years and made countless achievements. But compared to Yi Yuan's 4 great miraculous achievements, it still paled greatly in comparison. And Yi Yuan merely completed these in slightly over 1 month. He had to admit that if there wasn't Yi Yuan, the Heaven One Alliance would probably find it hard to hold on this time too. The entire Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, would probably fall into enemy hands. This kind of achievement was not what a measly little great commander position was sufficient to be a reward. But to use what to reward, Dan Fei really could not think of it. Therefore, he simply asked Yi Yuan himself. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I want to enter the extreme medicine sect and browse all of the sect's alchemy CLA. S6. Dan Fei was taken aback and said, just this. He thought that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price, but he did not expect that he actually only had this request. Of course, the extreme medicine sect's alchemy records were not what everyone could peruse. Want to enter it and read extensively, one must have sufficient status. But this was all too easy for Heaven One Alliance. Furthermore, compared to the miraculous achievements that Yi Yuan had made, it was utterly not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan nodded his head seriously and said, "Just this, of course. I also won't let the extreme medicine sect suffer a loss. I have quite a few alchemy CLAs, 6 in my hands too. I'll make copies and read them to the extreme medicine sect." This sentence made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. The big shots present were all not fools. Yi Yuan could take out a heaven-defying acupuncture technique like the Xuanji 9 leaves. How could he not have had any fortuitous encounters? But this kind of lucky chance belonged to those who obtained it. Other people could not pry into it. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually so generous to take it out as a payment to the extreme medicine sect? Chapter 28-27. Let me try. Chapter 28-27. Let me try. Ha ha ha. Am cured. There isn't any blood corruption poison in my body at all. Laven thought that I was dead, for sure. I didn't expect that I actually didn't die. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty. Great Commander Yi Yuan is incredible. Great Commander Yi Yuan rendered amazing merit. He's really our Heaven One's great hero. Following one blood corruption poison victim after another being cured, the entire Heaven One camp was boiling over with excitement. Previously, even if the blood corruption poison was being suppressed, the camp had never been this crazy before, too. All of the Heaven One soldiers seemed to be having a carnival. No one thought that the blood corruption poison could actually really be cured one day. This was just like a terminal illness being completely cured. That feeling of despair to a new lease on life was sufficient to make people excited until they went mad. Hence, Yi Yuan's prestige in the army reached the peak in an instant. Those soldiers who were cured practically regarded Yi Yuan as a God. The difficult hurdle that could not be overcome for thousands of years was overcome by Yi Yuan. The terminal illness that no one had ever cured was cured by him. Zhao Chen hugged Xiao Yiping and said agitatedly, "Good brother, we can fight side by side again in the future. This time, we have to join forces properly and kill until the blood race is trembling in their boots." Xiao Yiping nodded agitatedly and said, "Boss, rest assured. We've mustered up enough strength this time. We'll definitely teach the blood race BASTARDS an unforgettable lesson. It's all thanks to Great Commander Yi. Without him, there's no need for us to fight this war anymore too," Zhao Chun said. "Great Commander Yi is truly divine, something that the extreme medicine sect didn't accomplish for thousands of years. He did it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable." Mentioning Yi Yuan, Xiao Yiping, and the brothers around him were all incomparably respectful. This kind of respect came from the bottom of the heart. One time, twice, thrice, for times. Yi Yuan used one miracle after another and conquered everyone. Using half a month's time, Yi Yuan led Xiao Shan and the rest and completely cured over 4,000 soldiers in the army who were inflicted with blood corruption poison. At this time, there was already less than a month left from the spatial PA's Sageway completely stabilizing. Furthermore, the blood race was still continuously sending large forces through the spatial PA's Sageway. A war brooked no delay. After experiencing the initial most excitement, clouds of sorrow started shrouding the upper echelons. can't drag on anymore. The Southern Front has already sent news that the war is very tough, and the casualties extremely heavy. Just a while ago, Hegemon Wind Thunder was injured by the Hegemon S.H.I. plus E of the blood race. His injuries very severe. The Southern Front there transferred another 10,000 people over. This is already the limit, Dan Fei said in a solemn expression. Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor realm powerhouses present changed one after another. Even Hegemon-level powerhouses were seriously injured. The tragic plight of the Southern Front War could be seen. These 10,000 people were even squeezed out through the crevices between their teeth. After all, once the Northern Front was lost, the absolute heaven barrier would also lose its meaning of existence. During this period of time, the blood race had 3 more Emperor realm powerhouses come over through the spatial Sageway. The war this time will probably be even harder. Zhuo Chen similarly said with a worried look, no matter how difficult, we have to fight too. Even if our Northern Front army fights, until the last soldier, we have to destroy the spatial Sageway too. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable. Dan Fei said decisively. He understood that this fight would be even more miserable than that previous battle. Because in his fight, both sides had no way out anymore, especially the Heaven One Alliance. Therefore, even if it was Dan Fei, this commander-in-chief, he was also prepared to die in battle. Zhuo Chen nodded his head and said, fight. Naturally have to fight. And, body is afraid of dying. But right now, the most crucial problem is how can we destroy the spatial Sageway? According to the last encounter, we can't get close to the spatial Sageway at all. This time, the hope is even more bleak. The moment these words came out, even Dan Fei fell silent too. In the last great battle, 15 people fought 10 of the blood race's Emperor realm powerhouses, but they still did not take the upper hand. Now, the other side added 3 more. It was naturally even more impossible. They could not even come into contact with the spatial Sageway, let alone talk about destroying it. Ming Yi, 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops. How confident are you? Dan Fei suddenly looked toward Ming Yi and asked. He was the highest commander of the Saint Sovereign Army and naturally had the qualifications to take part in this conference too. Apart from him, there were also 6 great commanders, including Yi Yuan. Although the Saint Sovereign Army were cannon fodders, if the army's side won and the Emperor realm powerhouses there held out, they could destroy the spatial Sageway too. Ming Yi's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, honestly speaking, not even 30%. These 30,000 troops are all elites among elites, their combat power extremely strong. Although we resolved the blood corruption poison, it's still very difficult to kill them. This 30% confidence is still because Yi Yuan killed Yuan Zheng 3 people and close to half of the Kiliarchs. Otherwise, we don't even have 10% confidence. As he said, he looked toward Yi Yuan, full of grat. 1, 2. Yi Yuan killing Yuan Zheng 3 people, and those Kiliarchs was not just venting frustration, so simple. It was also of great strategic importance. These people's combat power naturally went without saying, and they also played a sea-stabilizing needle effect in the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army. Yi Yuan killing them was equivalent to destroying the blood race's war banner. It was of great significance. The reason why the battle previously suffered heavy losses was because of the eruption of the blood corruption poison on the one hand. On the other hand, it was because the blood race's combat power was extremely strong. In front of Yi Yuan and Yang Qing, these people were naturally too weak to stand up to combat. 1. Tie-in. But to ordinary soldiers, the combat power of the blood race was strong. And on the Heaven One Alliance's side, the majority were transferred over temporarily. They were much worse in terms of combat power. However, because of Yi Yuan, the entire army's cohesiveness reached the peak currently. Hearing Ming Yi's words, Dan Fei's expression became a little uglier. Could it be that there was really no hope at all? Everyone fell silent. Why don't I give it a try? Suddenly, a voice broke the death-like silence. When all the Emperor Realm powerhouses heard that, they looked over one after another. The one speaking was precisely Yi Yuan. You? This kind of great battle, what function can you alone play? Dan Fei shook his head and said he knew that Yi Yuan had extremely strong combat power, but a great battle of several tens of thousands of Saint Sovereign Heavens, if they really fought, even a grand completion true Sovereign Heaven would be bombarded into residue too. What use did a mere Yi Yuan have? Yi Yuan, Master knows that you have good intentions. However, miracles can't happen over and over again. The great battle this time, you don't take part in it. At present, only you can seize the blood race's blood essence and set it aside for use later. Saving more companions is the right thing to do. Zhuqian said, Yi Yuan was a treasure. He could not die. At that time, once he got targeted by a true sovereign heaven, that would be very dangerous. The refinement method of the blood of flame crystal, as well as the new acupuncture technique, Yi Yuan had already imparted them to Xiao Shan and the rest. But without Yi Yuan, they were unable to suppress the blood race's blood essence. They were naturally unable to refine the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm saying I have a way to destroy the spatial pa's sageway. But the prerequisite is that I can reach the spatial pa's sageway there. Therefore, I need everyone to help me hold off the blood race's powerhouses. Chapter 28:28. Decisive battle begins. Heaven One's desperate situation. Chapter 28:28. Decisive battle begins. Heaven One's desperate situation. More than a dozen figures were currently moving swiftly through the air. The great battle was at an explosive point. These dozen over figures were naturally the 15 Emperor Realm powerhouses from Heaven One. I say, we pinned all of the hope on a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Isn't it taking things a little too trivially? Lu Feng said. Lu Feng was the Heaven One Army's number 3 figure, his status second only to Dan Fei and Zhuqian. Although Yi Yuan joined the alliance not long ago, he rendered amazing merit and created too many impossible miracles. This current situation, apart from gambling, we have no other choice either. Hoo, Wei Liang, didn't you turn your nose up at Yi Yuan before? Why are you speaking up for him now? Dan Fei scoffed. Wei Liang's old face turned red, and he said, either way, I feel that this boy is confident. Lu Feng snorted coldly and said, how can a mere middle Saint Sovereign Heaven possibly destroy the spatial pa's sageway? Want to destroy the spatial pa's sageway? It has to at least gather the full power attacks of 5,000 Saint Sovereign Heavens before it might be achieved. Dan Fei nodded and said, over at Yi Yuan there, it's just a solution born out of desperation. This seat doesn't harbor much hope. The Saint Sovereign Heaven Army has no hope in the first place as well. The most important thing is still our side. At that time, I'll tie down 2 Emperor Vast Heavens and create a chance for you all. Once there's a chance, you guys immediately get out of the battlefield and go destroy the spatial pa's sageway. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew that Dan Fei was planning to exchange for a glimmer of opportunity with death. Suddenly, figures flashed, and more than 10 figures blocked the way. Dan Fei's expression turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, Li He, this battle, there's no rest until we're dead. The one in the front was precisely the blood race's leader. Li He, Dan Fei, You and I are also considered old acquaintances already. Can we still not know each other? With our strength, we can at most just perish together. But after you die, this seat won't die. Lee said with a relaxed smile. There were only so many Emperor realm powerhouses. Dan Fei and Lee were old enemies too, knowing each other through and through. If an ordinary Emperor realm powerhouse was threatened like this, then they would definitely have some fear. But this kind of threat was not considered a threat to the blood race at all. It was because they could not kill the opponent. Humph! Whether or not you'll die, we'll only know after fighting. Dan Fei gave a cold yell and was about to attack, but Lee was not in a hurry and said smilingly, "No rush, no rush, Dan Fei. Your opponent isn't just this seat alone. This time, this seat even found you an opponent." While speaking, there was a vibration in the void. Another elegant figure stepped out of the void. Seeing the arrival, Dan Fei's pupils constricted, and he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Lotus where?" A woman was dressed in blood-colored long robes, giving people a cold but breathtaking feeling. She looked at Dan Fei, using a talking-down tone as she said coolly, "Dan Fei, this seat has come over, so you absolutely have no chance to destroy the spatial pa's sageway. Give up on this. Withdraw now, and this seat can still leave you with your life." Dan Fei's expression was extremely ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Dream on. Even if I die, this seat also won't let your blood race succeed." Lotusware was indifferent and said coolly, "Forgot to tell you, but Lord May has already entered the pa's sageway. He will arrive in, at most, a day." The moment these words came out, the expressions of all of the Heaven One powerhouses changed wildly. May was one of the blood race's Emperor Sakra 10 heavens, Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm. The top 100 ranks were called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons. While Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm similarly had a ranking, it was Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. They were the strongest 10 people in Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm. These 10 people were major figures whose reputation could truly shake the heavens, their strength formidable to the extreme. May was ranked 10th. He was a famous butcher, his strength being incredible. The Heaven One powerhouses that died in his hands were too many to count. May entering the spatial pa's sageway indicated that the spatial pa's sageway was already very stable. The blood race sending him over, it was to play the role of stabilizing the world. If he really came over, then this battle had no suspense anymore. If you feel that you can take the pa's sageway away from this seat's hands within a day, then you can very well come and give it a shot, Lotusware still said coolly. But Dan Fei was already burning with anxiety in his heart. There was absolutely no hope for him regarding this. Lotusware's strength, he was clear about it. She was even 30% stronger than Li He. These two great heavyweights joining forces, their side here had absolutely no hope. Then there was only counting on the Saint Sovereign Heaven Army, that side. But with the current stability of the pa's sageway, 5,000 people might not be able to take it down too. Even if they could take it down, could they get through? Could it be that heaven truly wanted my Heaven One continent to perish? A wave of despair could not help rising in Dan Fei's heart. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his mind. Yi Yuan. He said that he could destroy the spatial pa's sageway. Could he really do it? No, it was impossible. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was simply impossible to destroy such a stable spatial pa's sageway. But this boy had created miracles time and again. Maybe this time he could do it too? No idea why. A tiny hint of hope sparked in Dan Fei's heart. He hoped that this boy could really create a miracle. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold, and he shouted fiercely, Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. For the sake of Heaven One's glory, there's no regret in dying. No regret in dying. All the Emperor realm powerhouses called out in unison, charging towards the blood race. Ha ha ha, you bunch of blood race tras. H. Plus your Grandpa Yang said before, after breaking through to true sovereign heaven, I'll definitely kill you all until you cry for your daddy and mummy. Weak, too weak. Above the void, it was a melee. The Heaven One army and the Blood Race army fought in close quarters. The killing was extremely tragic. In this battle, both sides had to conquer or die. There was no path of retreat at all. Each soldier was fighting for their life. Yang Qing's long spear was imbued with a soaring resolve, killing the Blood Race's 3 great true sovereign heaven until they steadily lost ground. Hence, he started showing off again. The last time, after Yi Yuan administered treatment for him, Yang Qing had blessings come to him in the disguise of misfortune, and finally broke through the final layer of windowpane paper, breaking through to the true sovereign heaven realm. After reaching true sovereign heaven, Yang Qing's combat power soared and could directly deal with middle true sovereign heaven powerhouses. Now he was fighting 3 great peak lower true sovereign heavens by himself. He overwhelmed his opponents until they could not catch their breath. Just as he was being pleased with himself, a dragon roar cut across the firmament. SMAs. H.I. plus ing towards one of the true sovereign heaven. Boom. That lower true sovereign heaven was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Great Commander Yi Yuan is mighty and domineering. Great Commander Yi Yuan's combat power is unparalleled, dominating the world. Kill, kill, kill. The blood race is merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Kill. After a punch, a series of frenzied cheering came over. The Heaven One army's morale rose to the peak at once. Currently, Yi Yuan had already become the spiritual pillar of the Heaven One army. His every movement and action affected the morale of the soldiers. This punch earlier, Yi Yuan killed a true sovereign heaven as a saint sovereign heaven. How imposing and domineering was that? Hence, the momentum soared. ARHH, Yi Yuan, US, NATC, head sovereign Azureski's limelight again. This sovereign won't let you off. Yang Qing cried out strangely. Yi Yuan's punch was indeed domineering just now, but being able to kill a true sovereign heaven with one punch was because Yang Qing strained most of the opponent's energy. It was just that those soldiers did not care about these at all. The person was killed by Yi Yuan. They acknowledged Yi Yuan. Yang Qing was originally being pleased with his posturing, but was overshadowed by Yi Yuan all at once. He could not help being depressed to the extreme. Chapter 28-29. Rest as assured. Brothers. Chapter 28-29. Rest as assured, brothers. All true sovereign heaven commanders, kill that boy at all costs. Blood Spirit had clearly realized the danger of Yi Yuan too. At the first instant Yi Yuan exploded, he gave the order to kill Yi Yuan. But a large number of true sovereign heaven powerhouses crowded around Yi Yuan. Those commanders, great commanders, as well as Ming Yi, this commander-in-chief, had seemingly given up Command 4, gathering around Yi Yuan one after another. Younger brother, Yi, this exalt will return this life to you. Hope that you don't disappoint this exalt. Song Miao, are you crazy? Hoo-hoo, this life of mine is no longer mine a long time ago. As long as it can stop your blood race, what does a wretched life count for? Song Miao directly broke away from the battlefield and fought together with a blood race true sovereign heaven of similar strength. The two people fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, seeing flesh and blood. At this time, Song Miao did not hold back in the slightest bit. It was completely a fighting style that risked his life. Not just Song Miao. Ming Yi had long already clashed with the Blood Race's commander-in-chief, Blood Spirit. Two great half-step Emperor realm powerhouses fought until the sky darkened and the earth dimmed. Blood Spirit wanted to break through Ming Yi and kill Yi Yuan, this scourge, but was forcibly sealed in place by Yi Yuan with a life-risking fighting style. He had no time to spare for other things at all. The Blood Race did not fear death, but it did not mean that they allowed others to kill them freely. A powerhouse like Ming Yi, as long as given the opportunity, he would completely obliterate Blood Spirit. Blood Spirit's strength was a notch above Ming Yi's. But Ming Yi did not care about getting injured at all, and cared even less about getting poisoned with the blood corruption poison. He completely had a fighting style that showed no regard for his life. Blood Spirit was incomparably shocked in his heart. Were these guys all mad? Cultivation reaching the quasi-emperor realm. How difficult was that? These guys actually had no qualms about dying. Ina blink. Ming Yi's body was riddled with scars. Meanwhile, Blood Spirit was almost blown apart by him several times. Old Zhang, I'll lock this guy down. You don't have to care about me. Just directly blow the two of us up. An Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven One powerhouse used all of his strength and locked down a Blood Race Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven, making him unable to move. Old Zhang had tears in his eyes, but he slammed a punch out without the slightest hesitation. The Bloodkin plus the Heaven One Saint Sovereign Heaven immediately turned into nothingness. This kind of killing was playing out everywhere. The battlefield was like a meat grinder. Powerful Saint Sovereign Heavens were simply too weak to stand up to combat. One, tie in under this meat grinder. The Heaven One powerhouses did not care about death at all. Even if it was death, they had to inflict serious wounds on the Bloodkins too. Although the Blood Race army were all elite powerhouses, they could not bear the madness of the Heaven One army too. The numbers of the Heaven One army could be seen reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, they did not care at all, especially the army around Yi Yuan. When one of them died, they would be replaced by another. They were like one sharp knife after another, stabbing viciously into the Blood Race army, tearing open a gap in the Blood Race army very quickly. Boom! A true Sovereign Heaven powerhouse was directly wiped out by the Blood Race. The muscles on Yi Yuan's face twitched, but his hands did not slow down, taking out a Blood Race Saint Sovereign Heaven with one punch each. As long as he did not encounter true Sovereign Heavens, he was simply like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in the Blood Race army, mowing down all resistance. However, the true Sovereign Heavens around him were reducing one by one. Yi Yuan could not help but sigh in his heart. What capability did he have to actually be able to make these people entrusted him with life and death? For the sake of his one sentence, the Heaven One warriors used their lives to carve out A-B-L-O-O-D-Y path. Yes, such frenzied killing was for the sake of killing out an opening in the Blood Race army, to let him charge over. Ming Yi, Song Miao, Zhao Chun, Qiao Yiping, and even Xiao Shan and Dao Chen, they were all defending by his side. All the 50,000 troops disregarded their lives, just for the sake of paving a way for him. Yi Yuan's heart was dripping blood. Ha ha ha! Great Commander Yi, Qiao Yiping's life was given by you. I'll return it to you now. Great Commander Yi, you must destroy the spatial Pa-S, Sageway, and show our Heaven One's might. Qiao Yiping was long already wounded and on the verge of dying. Currently, divine essence bloomed on his body, his small world collapsing with a loud bang, directly blowing the Bloodkin opposite him into fragments. That Bloodkin still wanted to recondense, but he was killed by Zhao Chun with one punch and completely wiped out. That Qiao Yiping, who was saved by Yi Yuan, really died this time. Zhao Chun had tears in his eyes, but his gaze was incomparably firm. Clearly, he was long already used to this kind of life and death. On the battlefield, they were not whatever saint exalt powerhouses at all, just cannon fodders. If the death of cannon fodders could have some meaning, that was pretty good too. They were not unable to face life and death. It was just that they were not willing to die incompetently on the sickbed. Yi Yuan clenched his jaws tightly and said in a solemn voice, "Good brother, Yi Yuan won't let you down." Over there, Blood Spirit had also come to realize it. His expression changed, and he shouted loudly, "Ignore the others! Everyone, stop Yi Yuan at all costs." Under his word of command, there were suddenly countless more blood race powerhouses around Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not care. Those true sovereign heavens were all held back. As long as true sovereign heavens did not disturb him, he would be able to rush over. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, one fist force after another firing out, akin to claps of thunder. The blood race's saint sovereign heavens died in waves. With how strong the blood race was, those soldiers had never had such painful experiences before, too. For a moment, they were actually cowed by Yi Yuan, who's coming to seek their doom. Yi Yuan shouted coldly, his figure suddenly Russ. I, plussing forward, akin to a demon G. OD, the blood race soldiers ahead actually opened up a path involuntarily and let Yi Yuan rush over. When Blood Spirit saw this scene, he could not help stomping his feet angrily and said in alarm and fury, "Are you all pigs? Kill him! Kill him!" Although he also knew that even if Yi Yuan rushed over, it was impossible to cause any damage to the spatial Pa, Sageway 2. But the apprehension toward Yi Yuan in his heart still left him uneasy. But even if he was uneasy, there was nothing that he could do as well. It was because the Blood Race army was already afraid of Yi Yuan. These few years, the Blood Race's battles had always been overwhelming. They had never experienced such a bitter fight before. Therefore, Yi Yuan's strength already made them fearful. On the contrary, the Heaven One Army's side had an unstoppable momentum and was not afraid of death, and actually suppressed the blood race for some time. One should pick soft persimmons to knead. Those blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens were also clear in their hearts that even if Yi Yuan went over, it was useless too. In that case, let him go over then. As long as the others did not go over, it was impossible for Yi Yuan alone to destroy the spatial Pa Sageway. Yi Yuan punched out again, directly wiping out the 3 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens in front of him that did not want their lives. There was already no one in front. The blood race army was killed until he said through. He finally came out. Mingy discovered this scene too, disregarding the injuries on his body. He said in wild ecstasy, "Yi Yuan, hurry up and go. Leave this side to us. Yi Yuan, it's entrusted to you. Even if I drain my last drop of blood, this song won't let them advance a single step too." Song Miao said with his entire body covered in blood. Yi Yuan nodded seriously and said in a solemn voice, "Everyone rest assured. This Yi definitely won't let the brothers' blood to flow in vain." Finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 28:30. It's SOSO. Chapter 28:30. It's SOSO. Tech. Lotusware cried out delicately, a red light flash. Plussing on her dainty finger. A terrifying force directly exploded in the air. Dan Fei, who was her opponent, was directly blown away. Dan Fei vomited blood from his mouth. There was not an unblemished spot on his body from head to toe. Facing a powerhouse like Lotusware, he unleashed all of his abilities and was unable to gain any upper hand too. This seat knows your plan. You're very hardworking, but just based on your strength, you can't tie this seat down. Lotus Ware looked at Dan Fei, her words carrying a faint mockery. She naturally knew about Dan Fei's plans. It was just that since she came, there was no more hope for the Heaven One Alliance. Dan Fei already used his final ultimate move, but he was still not Lotus Ware's match. Li He was freed up. Zhu Chun and Lu Feng joined hands before they barely managed to resist him. As for the rest, that went even more without saying. The Heaven One Alliance's Emperor Realm powerhouses had all fallen into a crisis. In less than a moment after Dan Fei dies, Lotus Ware would be free, and it would be even more hopeless for the others. Dan Fei had a decisive look, and he said coolly, "It's only death." Finished saying, he ignored the injuries on his body and broke through in the direction of the spatial Pa-S Sageway again. His goal was not to kill Lotus Ware. It was just to destroy the spatial Pa-S Sageway. Unfortunately, he was unable to get past Lotus Ware. Suddenly, his figure stopped. Lotus Ware also frowned slightly and said, "Emen, there's a fish that escaped the net. Blood Spirit, this fellow is really a good-for-nothing." Dan Fei's heart stirred, knowing that it was Yi Yuan who rushed over. Emperor Realm powerhouses could sense heaven and earth. Their divine sense covered an extremely vast radius. The moment Yi Yuan came over, they discovered it. Dan Fei roused himself, undoubtedly seeing hope amidst despair. Seeing Dan Fei's appearance, Lotus Ware said disdainfully, "Are you thinking too much? A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven. Even if he reaches the spatial Pa-S Sageway there, what can he do? Moreover, this seat has already sensed that Lord Mei is already not far from the entrance of the Pa-S Sageway." Dan Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This was not good news. Once Mei arrived, even if Yi Yuan had the ability to access the highest heavens, there was only death too. Seeing the change in Dan Fei's expression, Lotus Ware said with a light smile, "Looks like you still harbored some hope in this little fellow. Forget it. This seat will end him and completely cut off your hope." Dan Fei's expression changed wildly, but it was already too late. Lotus Ware attacked right away. She just flicked her fingers. A shocking force tore across the sky and flew straight for Yi Yuan, Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouses. Even if it was just a casual strike, obliterating a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven did not take any effort at all to. Dan Fei did not hesitate in the slightest, throwing a palm out fiercely. A similarly terrifying force flew out swiftly, wanting to intercept Lotus Ware's force. Lotus Ware did not stop it either, smilingly slightly. She said, "It's no use. A measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven is no different from a mosquito. Even if you intercept it, the aftershock is sufficient to kill him several times over too." Boom. Her voice had yet to fade when a loud boom came over from the horizon. The terrifying energy undulation was seemingly like fireworks exploding until all the spiritual energy in the sky was shaking incessantly. "Lotus Ware, you..." Dan Fei was furious to the extreme. The hope that he just saw was throttled just like this. He understood that no matter how heaven-defying the Saint Sovereign Heaven, it was also impossible to survive under this kind of aftershock. "Hee, a little interesting. You're very furious. It looks like you really cared about that Saint Sovereign Heaven little fellow. Now, do you feel very despaired?" Lotus Ware had a rare laugh as she said. Seeing her opponent's despair gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Not just Dan Fei. The other Heaven One Emperor realms' faces all had looks of despair. It looked like this little fellow was indeed somewhat different from the rest. However, there was already no point. Suddenly, Lotus Ware's expression changed, and she cried out in surprise, "Emen, not dead. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan's aura that had just disappeared actually reappeared after it disappeared. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's aura was already very close to the spatial Pa as Sageway. Such swift speed. A hint of wild elation appeared on Dan Fei's face. Terrific, lad, you're great. Reaching the Emperor realm, Dan Fei no longer had joy nor sorrow a long time ago. But at this time, he really wished to clap his hands in joy. He looked at the surprised expression on Lotusware's face and felt great. Previously, he did not take Yi Yuan's plan seriously at all. But now, Yi Yuan was already the Heaven One Alliance's last hope. Lotusware gave a cold snort, her figure moving and about to rush toward Yi Yuan. But how could Dan Fei be willing to comply? His figure moved, stopping Lotusware. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, the two people fought together once more. Far away, Yi Yuan looked across the sky, with lingering fear in his heart too. That wave of energy undulation just now was too terrifying. Luckily, he utilized spatial rule in advance to escape by cunning maneuvering, escaping this calamity. For Yi Yuan to dare pat his chest and say that he could destroy the spatial Pa-S Sageway, he was naturally not boating. In reality, there were really not many in the 33 heavens who could match up to Meteon in terms of spatial attainments. Meteon was born from chaos. The moment he was born, he was Hegemon realm. At his prime, he had once cultivated spatial rule to the realm of grand completion, soaring to the sky and tunneling underground. He was capable of doing anything. Destroying the spatial Pa-S Sageway was as difficult as ascending to heaven to others. But to him, it was as easy as turning his hand over. He imparted Yi Yuan a few spatial secret arts. It was to be used to destroy the spatial Pa-S Sageway. These few spatial secret arts were extremely profound. It was equivalent to analyzing spatial rule in depth. If the average person learned it, it would be hard to achieve results without hundreds of years of hard work. However, Yi Yuan was similarly amazingly talented in the path of SPAC, so learning it yielded twice the results with half the effort. This move earlier was called transfiguring teleportation. He could directly open up a spatial Pa-S Sageway within a certain radius, achieving the effect of instantaneous SHI plus sting. Yi Yuan studied and applied it with full vigor, avoiding Lotusware's blow nimbly. In front of him was an enormous spatial door, perched above the sea. Yi Yuan had long sensed its existence. It was just that when he arrived before it, he was still shocked by it. Clearly, the person who opened up the spatial Pa-S Sageway had extremely terrifying strength. Yi Yuan's transfiguring teleportation only opened up a spatial Pa-S Sageway within a short distance. But this person opened up a large-scale spatial Pa-S Sageway from outside of the absolute heaven barrier. When comparing the two, it was simply like an apprentice meeting a great sorcerer. However, although the other party had exceedingly formidable abilities, the application of spatial rule was similar. Just like how machine computations were extremely complicated, but in the end, it was merely ones and zeros. As long as he knew that computational rules, he could always analyze them. Of course, speaking of it was easy, but it was still too difficult for Yi Yuan. But this was not an issue. Yi Yuan did not understand, but Meteon this Hegemon understood it. How is it, senior? Yi Yuan asked. It's a so. Meteon said disdainfully. This blood race Hegemon realm's understanding of spatial rule is also just the degree of superficial knowledge. If it was me, your heaven one won't have any chance to turn the tables at all. These words sounded arrogant, but Yi Yuan knew that Meteon was not bragging. The spatial rule that he explained to Yi Yuan that really cut with penetrating criticism. Even Yi Yuan also lamented at his inadequacy, since he said that it was SOSO, then it was really SOSO. Chapter 28:31, Buried Alive. Chapter 28:31, Buried Alive. The situation at Emperor Dan Fei there doesn't seem too good. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to damage the Pa-S sageway, his gaze looking toward Dan Fei there instead. The battle over there was too fierce. He could feel it clearly here too. Not just Dan Fei alone. The other people's situation was not very good too. Yi Yuan even sensed that Heaven One's side already had an emperor realm that died. Even if he damages the Pa-S sageway, the Heaven One's emperor realms are still not the blood race's match. Under this kind of circumstances currently, the Southern Front can't dispatch powerhouses over at all. The destructive power of these blood race emperor realms is too strong. If they slaughtered willfully at the Northern Front, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Yi Yuan said with a frown. You brat, what do you want to do? Mi Tian said with a headache. I say, Senior, once SPAC collapses, can it bury these blood race emperor realms alive? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mi Tian covered his face with his hand, feeling his head swell bigger. However, he still said, the blood race has powerful life force. They might not die, but to be seriously injured is a certainty. After a moment of silence, Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, let's do it. Mi Tian said, They might not die, but your hope of survival isn't high. Yi Yuan grinned and said, Don't kid me. With your elderly self around, how could I die? Finished saying, Yi Yuan immediately turned into a stream of flowing light and tunneled into the spatial Pa-S sageway. A moment later, rumbled the spatial Pa-S sageway emitted waves of intense tremors. Over at the blood race side, the expressions of lotusware and the rest changed drastically. Not good. That Saint Sovereign Heaven brat actually really damaged the spatial Pa-S sageway. Lihi, end the fight swiftly. Don't drag on anymore. Lotusware said in a cold voice. Lihi there was fighting 1-on-2, but he firmly took the upper hand too. Originally, he was not in a hurry to defeat Zhuochen two people, because that would cost a considerable price. But at this time, he could not care much anymore. Got it. It was only to see Bloodlight SHI plus any brilliantly on his body, directly giving up defending and unfolding of frenzied killing. Zhuochen two people were forced back by Li He until they steadily lost ground, vomiting fresh blood wildly. While on Dan Fei's side, Lotusware suffered several heavy blows too, and directly crippled him. Then, she flew towards the spatial Pa-S sageway. Dan Fei felt helpless in his heart. He was only left with half a life at this time, and could not even move a muscle. He was unable to go save Yi Yuan at all. On the other side, explosion sounds rumbled without ceasing. Li was blown up by Zhuochen with one punch, but he also gave Lu Feng a fatal blow. Lu Feng died right away without even screaming out. Zhuochen also suffered heavy injuries, and he lost the power to fight again. Li recondensed his physical body. Ignoring the injured Zhuochen, he pounced over towards the spatial Pa-S sageway 2. The rumbling noises from the spatial Pa-S sageway became more and more intense and already faintly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the spatial Pa-S sageway itself was already close to being stable. Yi Yuan's destruction seemed to find it difficult to succeed for a while. Lotusware two people's figures were like lightning, tunneling into the spatial Pa-S sageway at once. Dan Fei smiled bitterly and said, We're too useless. At this time, it's when Yi Yuan needs help, but we can't help him at all. Zhuochen also sighed and said, Could it be that it's going to fall short of success at the last stage, just like this? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and recover your injuries. Even if we wage our lives, we have to complete the mission too. Dan Fay said in a solemn voice. The two people each swallowed a grade 8 heavenly pill and recovered their wounds. It was just that they were injured too badly. It was hard to recover for some time. D.A.M. Ennet. How can a mere saint sovereign heaven destroy a hegemon realm's spatial pa-s sageway? Looking at the spatial pa-s sageway that was riddled full of holes, Lotusware was incredibly furious. Leahy also had a solemn expression as he said, even if he's proficient in spatial rule, it's impossible to do this too. There's something strange about this kid. Lotusware said in sullen anger, enough C-R-A-P. Hurry up and find this boy and kill him. Otherwise, the consequences of letting him continue destroying like this would be too ghastly to imagine. Amen. There. In the pa-s sageway ahead, a figure was faintly discernible. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? When Lotusware saw Yi Yuan, she was overjoyed. As long as she saw him, wouldn't her killing a saint sovereign heaven be easily accomplished? Punk, where are you running? Lotusware's clothes fluttered, pursuing Yi Yuan like lightning. Old hag, with just the likes of your middling ability, you also want to kill your grandpa Yi? From ahead came Yi Yuan's cold laughter. Amen. Why was it Grandpa Yi? Got led astray by Yang Qing, that fellow. However, in this spatial pa-s sageway, it was really not easy for Lotusware to want to catch up to Yi Yuan. Lotusware gave a cold snort and suddenly pointed a finger out. A terrifying power instantly exploded around Yi Yuan. Boom! The spatial pa-s sageway shook and actually became even more unstable. Leahy shouted fiercely, Lotusware, are you mad? This guy failed to destroy the spatial pa-s sageway. Could it be that you want to destroy it? Lotusware's expression was very ugly too. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so slippery. That attack just now, even if it was a peak true sovereign heaven, they would be directly erased too, but it failed to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was like a fish in water in this spatial pa-s sageway. Killing him really took a lot of effort. Old hag, you just have this bit of ability? What bulls? H-I plus T Emperor Vast Heaven. It's nothing more than this. Yi Yuan still laughed coldly, as he said. Lotusware's expression turned cold, and she said in a solemn voice, Punk, don't you get C-O-C-K-Y? There's Lord May currently hurrying over ahead. This seat wants to see when you can escape until. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, What rubbish Lord May? If he comes, Grandpa Yi will round you all up in one fell swoop. You bloodkins, each and every one of you, you are outwardly strong and inwardly weak, being simply a bunch of weaklings. I also don't know what you're showing off about. Lotusware said with a cold smile, Boy, you can only indulge in a contention of mouth and tongue. But Leahy's expression was ugly as he said in a solemn voice, He's really not indulging in a contention of mouth and tongue. Yuan Zheng, the three of them couldn't even receive a move from him. When Lotusware heard that, her expression could not help changing, immediately being choked badly. This kid was actually so strong. Suddenly, Lotusware sensed a powerful aura ahead that was currently speeding over swiftly. Lotusware was overjoyed and said loudly, Lord May, this boy is currently damaging the spatial pa-s sageway. Please take action and stop this boy. Rest A-S. Sure, leave it to this seat. A C-O-A. R-S-E voice came from the gloomy depths of the pa-s sageway. There was a wolf ahead and tigers behind. Yi Yuan seemed to have no way out anymore. Very soon, a blood energy that made people suffocate hit the nose from in front. Yi Yuan virtually could not stand firm when he was H-I-T by this blood energy. Too strong. Suddenly, his figure stopped, and he simply stopped running. Lotus where two people stopped 10,000 feet away from Yi Yuan and said smugly, "Boy, continue running. See if this seat doesn't tear your mouth." That powerful aura in the depths of the Pa-S, Sageway arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan looked at Lotusware and suddenly smiled. This smile made Lotusware's heart go thump. "Old hag, you're thinking too much. I can easily destroy this spatial Pa-S, Sageway. But do you know why I'm not destroying it? Did you think that I was joking with you earlier? Actually, I want to round you all up in one fell swoop." Yi Yuan gave a light laugh and suddenly threw a punch somewhere in S-P-A-C. Rumble. The entire spatial Pa-S, Sageway started shaking violently. The entire S-P-A-C started collapsing. Chapter 28:32, Great Victory. Chapter 28:32, Great Victory. Arc. A sharp and miserable scream echoed through the spatial Pa-S, Sageway. Within the spatial Pa-S, Sageway, it was like dominoes. A chain reaction happened, and it collapsed with a loud bang. And the energy of the S-P-A-C collapse went from the one in the beginning to the level of atomic fission later on. This level of collapse, the energy undulation, was already comparable to the all-out attack of a peak Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouse. Such strength, even this Emperor Sakra 10 heavens powerhouse, did not dare to brush it off lightly too. Boom. Due to the intense explosion, half of Lotusware's body was directly blown away. Lihi's entire person was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. However, their fearsome regeneration ability restored them to health again. Except it was still futile. That horrifying to the extreme explosion was omnipresent. Revive once, explode once. Revive once, explode once. Until the back, Lihi was already unable to revive and completely obliterated by the energy of the spatial collapse. This blood race Northern Front Army's highest commander was buried alive by Yi Yuan just like that. Little b, A-S-T-A-R-D, your mother will definitely kill you. Lotusware screamed sharply. Her current situation was also unbelievably tragic. The violent spatial collapse bombarded her until she was powerless to fight back. As for the Mei who was opposite, he had a struck, senseless look. Who am I? Where am I? What did I come for? He came in a threatening manner and only saw a saint sovereign heaven. Then he was blown up. He had monstrous strength. He could still resist the initial collapse. But toward the back, the energy undulations of the collapse became stronger and stronger, and even he was blown up too. S-H-I+T. Who can tell me what happened? Before May finished speaking, his head was blown apart, but very soon he grew another head. However, it was similarly futile. Emperor Sakra Heaven and Hegemon realm seemed to only have the difference of one realm, but the gap in between was like heaven and earth. Amidst this vast energy undulations, peak Emperor Sakra Heavens were just small rowboats too. Time and again, May finally could not revive his body anymore and was completely wiped out. One of the Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens, May, lost his life at Yi Yuan's hands. A little earlier, Dan Fei and Zhuo Chun, two people, consumed heavenly pills, and their injuries took a turn for the better very quickly. The two people did not care much and were going to enter the Pa-S, Sageway. However, just as they arrived at the spatial Pa-S, Sageway, horrifying explosion sounds suddenly came from inside the Pa-S, Sageway. Dan Fei, two people's expressions changed. Before they had time to react, they were immediately sent flying by an air billow. Furthermore, the explosion noises in the Pa-S, Sageway grew stronger and stronger. The two people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of shock. Was this Yi Yuan's doing? Zhuo swallowed his saliva and asked, "Dollar should be, right?" Dan Fei said, uncertainly. Then how did he do it? And no idea. This energy undulation that spread out can even blast us flying. Then the energy level in the Pa S, Sageway has probably already reached Emperor Sakra heaven, right? Most likely more than that. This spatial Pa S, Sageway collapsed from the inside. The energy level in the depths of the spatial Pa S, Sageway can probably kill Emperor Sakra heavens easily. Even if the person who came is Mei, it's likely certain death too. As Dan Fei said, he himself also felt that it was incredulous. According to this level of energy undulation, the people who entered should have already all died out. Was this really done by a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Dan Fei, two people felt like they had experienced a dream. They had not woken up from this dream until now. It was because everything that happened before their eyes was seriously too fantastical. Zhuo swallowed his saliva again and asked, "Does that mean that our mission is completed?" "Completed? Ho-ho, more than completed. It's perfect. Li He is dead. Lotus Ware is dead. Mei is dead too. Our mission was impeccable and flawless." Talking until the back, Dan Fei started trembling agitatedly. It was originally impossible for this sort of thing to happen to an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse. Each Emperor Realm powerhouse was very important. Even in the blood race, Emperor Realm powerhouses could not just die like that too. The deaths of Mei, 3 people, did not just concern this battle presently. It would also produce a subtle impact on the battle situation on the Sotham front too. This was an impeccable victory. Zhuo also understood, but he was still unable to fully believe it. That moment when Lotus Ware appeared, he already despaired. Lotus Ware's strength was too strong. Her appearance completely squelched the hopes of the Emperor Realm powerhouses. As for the Saint Sovereign Heaven army there, they actually did not harbor much hope. With 50,000 troops versus 30,000 troops wanting 10,000 people to rush over, this was virtually something impossible. However, in this kind of desperate situation, an insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed the final hit. Perhaps Yi Yuan was not an ordinary Saint Sovereign Heaven, but in front of this kind of great battle, he was still insignificant. However, this insignificant Saint Sovereign Heaven completed an act that shocked the world. This kind of conclusion, it was not over the top to call it a miracle. Then, Yi Yuan Zhuo muttered. Dan Fei's expression changed. The wild elation from before instantly vanished. Right. Even Mei died inside. Could Yi Yuan still survive? The energy undulations inside could kill Emperor Realm powerhouses. Furthermore, it was continuous without ceasing. It was impossible for Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, to survive. Logically speaking, a puny little Saint Sovereign Heaven exchanging for such a glorious victory was an amazing bargain. But no idea why Dan Fei could not get happy. He even felt that with Yi Yuan dying inside, this battle was no different from a defeat. Perhaps it was because he created too many miracles. Cough, cough, cough. Right at this time, a series of intense coughing sounded out behind them. The 2 people suddenly turned around, only to see someone who was riddled full of holes standing there. "Yi Yuan, you didn't die." The 2 people exchanged a glance, their eyes full of unrelenting shock. This guy actually came out alive. Holy S-H-I+T, energy undulations that could even blow an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse to death. He actually came out alive? You guys wanted me dead so much? Cough, cough, cough. Yi Yuan said huffily. Nope. My good disciple. Zhuo was agitated until he was rambling. Russ. H.I. plussing up to hug Yi Yuan and planting a kiss on his face that was covered in blood. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have the strength to fight back at all, being badly disgusted by him. Hey, do you have some weird fetish or something? Stay further away from me. Yi Yuan pushed Switchin away and said in disgust. This scene looked comical, but it was very warm. Dan Fei, who was by the side, also had an agitated look as he said, "Terrific lad. You're amazing. The boast that you made is actually really realized. In this battle, our Heaven One gained a complete victory. There are probably quite a lot of people on the blood race side who are going to puke blood." Ha ha ha, talking until the back. Dan Fei could not resist letting out a loud laugh. This satisfactory victory really gave people great satisfaction. Chapter 28:33, Shocking Absolute Heaven. Chapter 28:33, Shocking Absolute Heaven. Outside of the Absolute Heaven barrier, on the distant Thundercry continent, an army of several 100,000 blood race members was awaiting eagerly for battle, already blood energy surging to the sky. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present reached as many as several hundred. A figure stood proudly in the void, covering the sky, with only one hand. The spatial paw S. Sageway was slowly taking shape in precisely his hand. This person was the Blood Race's Hegemon Realm powerhouse, Blood Sky. Beside Blood Sky, a youth in a blue S. H.I. plus RT said with a smile, "Brother Blood Sky really has excellent means. The stabilizing of this spatial paw S. Sageway is brought forward half a month earlier than expected." Blood Sky said proudly, "That's of course. This seat's spatial divine abilities can traverse the void like walking on flat ground. If not for that, Heaven One continent has dozens of Hegemon realms joining forces. This seat only needs half a day to open up this spatial channel." Opening such a spatial paw S. Sageway was really not easy. Not only did one have to avoid the absolute heaven barrier, it even had to be able to accommodate Hegemon realms and countless blood race troops. Without corresponding attainments in spatial rule, it was absolutely impossible to succeed. Blood Sky, this blood race Hegemon, had always been wandering the heavens and only came to Grand Bright Jade complete heaven recently, failing to conquer Heaven One for a long time. A restless mood also spread in the blood race. Therefore, Bloodsky's arrival immediately made him sought after like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Of course, Hegemon realm powerhouses proficient in spatial divine abilities were worthy of it. There were many Hegemons across the heavens, but those who were experts in spatial rule were scanty few. Blood Sky was definitely worthy of being a major power. The youth in the blue S. H.I. plus RT gave a thumbs up and said, "Amazing, Brother Blood Sky." Bloodsky's mouth curled, and he said, "A trivial matter. There are at most still 3 days, and then the Pa S. Sageway will be able to completely stabilize. The army will be able to march right in without resistance. Qin Yao, the Hegemon blood that the clan promised this seat, you mustn't go back on your words." Qin Yao hurriedly said, "Brother Blood Sky is worrying too much. You're our blood race's spatial major power right now. How could the clan possibly go back on our word?" Blood Sky snorted coldly and said, "I reckon that you all won't dare either." But right at this moment, Bloodsky's expression suddenly changed. Pet. 1. T. Blood Sky seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, his entire person shooting backward, fresh blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Rumble. Before Qin Yao had time to think too much, he heard intense explosion sounds coming from the spatial paw S. Sageway. His expression changed wildly, and he roared loudly, "Retreat!" It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. A gust of strong wind blew past. Tens of thousands of troops were directly sent flying out. Bang! 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 The spatial paw S. Sageway directly exploded above the void, sweeping up terrifying air billows. Of course, this air billow could not harm him. But his expression was incomparably ugly. It was because the spatial paw-s Sageway had completely collapsed. In order to open up the spatial paw-s Sageway, the blood race expended a huge amount of resources. Now, it was actually all for naught. "Brother Blood Sky, what's going on?" Qing Yao said in a solemn voice. Blood Sky suffered a backlash, sustaining considerable injuries too. He said in a solemn voice, "The spatial paw-s Sageway was damaged by someone from inside. The other party is at least Hegemon realm. This spatial paw-s Sageway is completely ruined." Qing Yao's expression changed, and he said, "How is that possible? Heaven One's Hegemon realms are currently all at the absolute heaven barrier." Blood Sky shook his head and said, "It's definitely a Hegemon realm. Furthermore, the other party has extremely profound attainments in spatial rule. Otherwise, it's impossible for the spatial rule that I constructed to completely collapse." The collapse of the spatial paw-s Sageway and the spatial paw-s Sageway being damaged, they were two completely different things. This kind of caving-style collapse could only be accomplished if one's comprehension in spatial rule reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was not a Hegemon realm, Blood Sky would not believe it even if he was beaten to death too. With regards to Bloodsky's words, Qing Yao naturally would not doubt it. He was proud, but it was impossible to lie about this kind of thing too. Could it be that Heaven One continent has a new Hegemon realm that appeared? No can do. This matter is extraordinary. I'll go report to Lord W. A.N. Jizwa. Qing Yao had a solemn look as he turned around and left. Absolute heaven barrier. It extended for no idea how many tens of thousands of miles. This place was Heaven One continent's final barrier, and also Heaven One continent's last hope. At this time, it appeared somewhat quiet in the absolute heaven barrier. "Divine Lord is heavy-hearted today. Could it be that you're worried about the war on the northern front?" In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice suddenly came over. Heaven One Alliance, the highest commander, was revered as the common lord and addressed respectfully as Divine Lord. Heaven One's Divine Lord was Grand Bright Jade, complete Heaven's #1 Hegemon realm, Shui Ziming. After a long time, a male voice that was full of energy said, "This seat has heard of Bloodsky's name before. His spatial divine abilities are transcendent, catching up to Hegemon Mi Tian of back then. This time, if not for a little fellow taking the risk of death to deliver the message, our Grand Bright Jade complete, heaven would be finished. But even so, this seat doesn't harbor any hope for this last battle too. Everyone, be mentally prepared. Sigh, this seat has let the Northern Front's warriors down." Inside the absolute heaven barrier, it fell into silence for a moment. These Hegemon realms were all clear about the Northern Front's war situation, but they were unable to change anything. These few days, the Southern Front experienced several great battles. Hegemon realm powerhouses fought many times, and both sides had losses. As for ordinary soldiers, the casualties were beyond count. They could not leave. A Hegemon powerhouse spoke up. "Divine Lord doesn't need to blame yourself. Dan Fei, they all have a fair idea about this in their hearts. Our Heaven One's men don't have any who clings to life and fears death." Divine Lord let out a sigh and said, "This seat can sense that the Northern Front's war has already died down. Most likely, it has already ended." He did not continue saying the words at the back, but the others all understood that the Northern Front had most likely fallen completely already. The absolute heaven barrier's Hegemon realms fell silent again. A Hegemon realm suddenly sighed and said, "Sigh, the Northern Front being captured, Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven is in imminent danger. In the future, we can only take it one step at a time. reporting. Suddenly, a voice sounded out, reverberating throughout the entire absolute heaven barrier. Divine Lord's heart went thump. He knew that the Northern Front's outcome came. Even if he was Hegemon Realm, Grand Bright Jade, Complete Heaven's #1 person, he was also Fluid U.S., tiered at this time. After all, the outcome of the Northern Front was too important. Although he knew that there was not any hope, he still hoped that he could hear a not-so-bad news. Fei Hong, what's the situation? Over at Dan Fei there? Divine Lord said in a solemn voice. Zhang Fei Hong, the #1 person beneath Hegemon. Heaven One Alliance. Hegemon realms held down the fort at the absolute heaven barrier. And below the highest commander was Zhang Fei Hong. When Zhang Fei Hong heard the Northern Front's war report, he came to the absolute heaven barrier straight away and informed the various great hegemons through the absolute heaven barrier. Hearing Divine Lord ask, Zhang Fei Hong forcefully suppressed the surging in his heart and said loudly, replying, Divine Lord, Your Excellency, the Northern Front's Dan Fei won a great victory. The spatial PA-S, Sageway, completely collapsed. The Northern Front no longer has any more worries. Killed Mei, one of the Emperor Sakra 10 heavens. Killed an Emperor Vast Heaven powerhouse, Lotus Whirl. We completely wiped out the Blood Race's Northern Front army. The dozen over Emperor realm powerhouses that entered Heaven won through the spatial PA-S, Sageway, and 30,000 troops are completely annihilated. Our Heaven One Alliance is mighty. Zhang Fei Hong, this Emperor Sakra Heaven's #1 person, was currently excited until his arms and legs were waving around. It was as if a child who got praised by an adult. But the absolute heaven barrier fell into a death-like silence. Without a doubt, the hegemons were all shocked by this news. This news was too shocking until it could not be Serpa. As said, Fei Hong, this kind of thing can't be joked around. Divine Lord's voice was practically trembling. Chapter 28:34. Terrifyingly high seniority. Chapter 28:34. Terrifyingly high seniority. This sort of thing naturally could not be joked about. Therefore, when Zhang Fei Hong finished giving the detailed war report, these hegemon realms felt that happiness came so suddenly. Indeed, the Northern Front's battle was too low-level, but in terms of importance, it was not at all inferior to the Southern Front. Furthermore, the Northern Front's battle was extremely dangerous. Even if they could win, that would be a Pyrrhic victory too. However, he did not expect that the Northern Front actually obtained a great victory that was utterly satisfying. An elegant voice said agitatedly, This lad is stellar. A female hegemon said boorishly, You stinking scholar, what are you being refined for? Yi Yuan is amazing. Too amazing. A remarkable feat without rival. A big reward. There must be a big reward. Send this seat's hegemon order. Yi Yuan's contributions are unparalleled, saving Heaven One from extreme misery, overcoming the raging tides. He'll be placed under Extreme Light Pavilion and become this seat's personal disciple. A re-voice came over. The woman before said in a cold voice, Humph, old fogey Cloudmount, you really calculated well. The matter previously, we haven't settled scores with you yet. In absolute heaven barrier, a series of dry coughing came over. That old voice appeared, slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, Cough, cough, men all make mistakes. Horses all stumble. Although this seat's alchemy, Tao, is unparalleled, a clever wife can't cook a meal without any rice. Yi Yuan is originally my extreme medicine sect's disciple. Now, he became this seat's disciple. It's also considered making amendments, right? *T. Don't think that your mother doesn't know. Your extreme medicine sect has all become unbelievably See, KY because you all came up with this suppression method. Yi Yuan urged you all, and you all didn't listen either, resulting in the great defeat. Now, what's the use of belated action? But the female hegemon was unrelenting after gaining the momentum. What they were talking about was naturally the matter of using true spirit blood to suppress the blood corruption poison previously. That matter caused an extremely adverse impact. Not just the Northern Front, the Southern Front similarly suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the news from the Northern Front there was sent over in time, avoiding a macroscopic loss. This matter, Yi Yuan also performed deeds of valor. Therefore, old fogey Cloudmount's move was actually exactly the same as Zhuo Chen's method. Boosting Yi Yuan's status was for the sake of making the extreme medicine sect's face look a little better. However, Yi Yuan became a hegemon realm disciple all of a sudden. That seniority was a little frighteningly high. At this time, Divine Lord spoke up. He said, "All right, stop arguing. This matter, Senior Cloudmount was indeed in the wrong, but he also wholeheartedly had the alliance in mind. Sister Ji Yun, don't keep clinging on to it." Humph! Divine Lord speaking up. That female hegemon could only stop talking. Senior Cloudmount, this seat isn't opposed to you wanting to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple, but this matter had best be dealt with in a low-profile manner. Otherwise, you'll be harming a meritorious subject and chill everyone's hearts. Furthermore, this boy's talent is a Stonies. Plussing. Once he steps into Emperor Realm, he'll be a major combat force too. Therefore, even if he's a divergent cultivator, don't need to treat him as a sacrificial piece too. Divine Lord continued saying to Cloudmount, although the absolute heaven barrier stopped the Blood Race army, but both sides had fought fiercely for several thousand years. There had also been quite a few Blood Race powerhouses who infiltrated the Heaven One continent. There was no lack of powerhouses among them. Once they excessively assist Yi Yuan to grow, these bloodkins would probably sinate Yi Yuan at any cost. It's still Divine Lord who has ample considerations. I'll do as Divine Lord says. Pine Spring, I'll leave this matter to you. Cloudmount hesitated for a bit and said, "Yes, Master." In the absolute heaven barrier, a voice answered. Since it was inside the absolute heaven barrier, then it was a hegemon realm powerhouse. This person actually addressed Cloudmount as his master. His seniority could be seen. Even Divine Lord had to address him respectfully as a senior. When he saw him too, this kind of old monster actually took Yi Yuan in as a personal disciple. That meant that Yi Yuan and those at the hegemon realm were peers already. This seniority was really frighteningly high. In reality, the extreme medicine sect had two great hegemon realm powerhouses. One was Cloudmount, the other was his disciple, Zhou Pinespring. These two people were aloof from worldly affairs and shut themselves away from the world. Yi Yuan became Cloudmount's disciple in the extreme medicine sect. Even if the sect master saw him, he would have to call Yi Yuan as martial uncle respectfully too. The current Northern View City had long already become a sea of joy, once Lotusware, and Li he died. The remaining Blood Race Emperor realms did not pose any threat at all. After Dan Fei and Zhuo Chen slightly recovered their injuries, it would not be difficult to kill them. The Emperor realm experts were victorious. The remaining Saint Sovereign Heaven army went even without saying. No matter how high the numbers, it was futile too. Therefore, an unprecedented great victory was achieved at the Northern Front, and all these were thanks to Yi Yuan. At present, Yi Yuan's prestige in the Northern Front army was like the noonday sun. Even Serpa Sing, the highest commander, Dan Fei. It was because they all knew that even Dan Fei this emperor vast heaven powerhouse, could not accomplish such an astonies. Plus in great reversal either. However, Yi Yuan could not cheer up. Although this battle was a great victory, the Heaven One army also suffered heavy casualties. Many people that Yi Yuan was familiar with, like Qiao Yiping, all fell. Northern View City Lord Song Miao also died in battle in the end because of holding back a blood race true sovereign heaven. Especially Song Miao, he was Yi Yuan's savior. His death made Yi Yuan very upset. When in the lower realms, Yi Yuan had also once resisted foreign enemies several times. But at that time, while his strength could not dominate the war, it could at least influence the course of the war. But now he was as insignificant as an ant. He could not influence the course of the war in any way. As for this time, it was actually just being lucky enough to be there at the time. He knew that war was cruel, but it was still his first time experiencing it so intimately. In order to protect him, while he killed his way out of the heavy encirclement, one comrade after another fell down around him. Those scenes were still vivid in his mind until now. People all said that it was him who overcame the raging tides, dominating this unprecedented great victory. But Yi Yuan understood that it was not him alone fighting. Without those heroes who died, could he have killed his way out of the heavy encirclement? Impossible. Therefore, after the great battle ended, Yi Yuan was very low profile. He used the blood race blood essence collected in the great battle and refined a batch of blood of flame crystals again, treating those poisoned soldiers. There was also a large batch that he had Dan Fei send to the southern front to treat the soldiers over there. The soldiers over there were the ones who needed this thing the most. The remaining time, Yi Yuan imparted the complete Xuanji 9 leaves to Xiao Shan and the rest. He planned to leave for the extreme medicine sect after imparting it. Yi Yuan desperately wanted to increase his strength. In this kind of great battle, only powerful strength could affect the war situation. He understood that this time there was suspicion of gaining advantage by trickery. Only when one truly became powerful could they reduce the number of deaths around them. And right at this time, Zhou Pinespring descended. Of course, it was not his main body. It was just a wisp of his clone. However, even if it was a wisp of his clone, it was also terrifyingly strong. He did not alarm too many people. He just convened the Emperor Realm powerhouses, as well as the army's few great commanders. With regards to Zhou Pinespring's arrival, Dan Fei and the rest were incredibly shocked too. With the northern front suffering a setback, the blood race carried out a frenzied counteroffensive. The southern front's war was very tense. At this time, Zhou Pinespring actually split off a wisp of clone and came to the northern front to praise the army. It could be seen how important the various hegemons regarded this great victory. Chapter 28:35. Words shocking the listeners. Chapter 28:35. Words shocking the listeners. This seat came here today to accept a disciple on Master's behalf. The first sentence that Zhou Pinespring said when he opened his mouth stunned everyone present. It was because his gaze looked towards Yi Yuan. That meaning was self-explanatory. It was not Zhou Pinespring taking in a disciple. It was Zhou Pinespring's master taking in a disciple. This was too shocking. Those present were all Heaven One's upper echelons. They naturally knew who Zhou Pinespring's master was. A hegemon realm was actually accepting a disciple on his master's behalf. This was also to say that he had to address Yi Yuan as his apprentice brother. The Emperor Realm powerhouses present virtually had an urge to vomit blood. This was also going too over the top, right? Especially Zhuo Chun. He simply wanted to cry, but had no tears. This is my disciple, all right? Have you guys considered my feelings when accepting disciples? He was still my disciple just now. In a blink of an eye, he became my ancestor. The war report wrote very clearly that I've already taken him in as a disciple. All right? Is this really okay? If he still did not have the mind to teach Yi Yuan before this battle, but after this, he was really moved by the idea of accepting Yi Yuan as his disciple. However, now that he did, there was no more chance. To Hegemon realms, all were ants, not entering Hegemon. One would never have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath with them. Moreover, Zhuo Chun was just a mere emperor vast heaven powerhouse. Zhou Pine Spring looked toward Yi Yuan and said coolly, Yi Yuan, my master is Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's alchemy path's #1 person, Hegemon Cloudmount. He knows that your alchemy path talent is Astoni's. I +ing and wants to take you in as a disciple. Are you willing? Yi Yuan was also very surprised by this. This bunch of Hegemon realms were also too good at playing, right? However, he immediately shook his head and said, not willing. Gah, this sudden great reversal made everyone unable to react. It resulted in everyone making all kinds of strange noises. Even Zhou Pine Spring also looked at Yi Yuan extremely surprisedly. This boy seemed to really be somewhat extraordinary, acknowledging Hegemon Cloudmount as his master. That was how many heavenly alchemists dream. Even Zhuo Chun, who was present, did not dare to have such an extravagant hope too. It was because Hegemon Cloudmount had stopped accepting disciples a long time ago, unless some heaven-defying to the extreme prodigy really appeared in this heaven-one continent. Otherwise, he would not make an exception. But this kind of opportunity, Yi Yuan rejected it without even thinking. This was indeed too surprising. He said with a serious face, Yi Yuan, do you know what kind of existence Master Cloudmount is? If you miss this opportunity, you might regret it for life. Yi Yuan also had a serious face as he nodded and said, I know. However, I refuse. He was not a fool. Could the master of a Hegemon be an ordinary person? Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven's #1 person, even placed across all the heavens, that was also absolutely tan-level existence. However, Yi Yuan had his own principles. Dan Fei shouted coldly, Yi Yuan, are you crazy? Do you know what you rejected? Even Zhuo Chun also said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, don't fool around. This is an opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step. You're a divergent cultivator with ancestors' ability. There's absolutely no problem in guaranteeing that you enter Emperor Sakra, Heaven Realm. As he said, he bowed to Zhou Pine Spring and said, Master Pine Spring, taking into account that this boy is young, don't stoop to his level. The other Emperor Realm powerhouses also urged Yi Yuan one after another, asking him not to be headstrong. This kind of opportunity, which of them were not envious? But Yi Yuan rejected it flatly. It was putting on too much air. Zhou Pine Spring looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. Can you tell me why you refused? Yi Yuan said calmly, Firstly, I've already acknowledged Master Zhuo Chun as master. My words are my bond. If I change masters at this time, it's undoubtedly betraying my master. Hearing this, Zhuo Chun was incomparably moved in his heart too. It was true that he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, but in front of a Hegemon realm, he was nothing. Hegemons would not care about what he thought, but Yi Yuan could be considerate of him, even rejecting such a huge temptation for this. How could he not be moved? At that time, he only took Yi Yuan in for the sake of the extreme medicine sect's reputation. He believed that Yi Yuan also knew, but now Yi Yuan could do this. This made people have no choice but to admire him. Zhuo Chun could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This disciple was the right call, but the more it was so, the more he could not hold Yi Yuan back. Master, Zhuochen was just thinking of opening his mouth to speak, but was stopped by Zhou Pinespring with a hand gesture. He said to Yi Yuan, "Continue." Yi Yuan said, "Secondly, I know that the hegemons want to reward me with this, but the contributions this time wasn't made by me alone. Without the brothers fighting with their lives, I simply could not have killed my way out of the heavy encirclement with my power alone. I understand that in the eyes of you hegemons, whatever true sovereign heaven, saint sovereign heaven, we are all ants. Even emperor realm powerhouses are similarly ants too. But without them, heaven one would have long been finished. Just based on you all, these hegemons, you can't stop the blood race army. Therefore, Yi Yuan isn't worthy of taking credit for this." These words made everyone present visibly moved, especially Ming Yi and the few other great commanders. They immediately gave rise to a feeling of how a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. These words reached the depths of their hearts. All along, they had been cannon fodders. But cannon fodders had the use of cannon fodders too. Regardless of whether it was hegemon realm or saint sovereign heaven, they were all protecting Heaven One. After this battle, everyone was celebrating the victory. But apart from those saint sovereign heaven, who would still remember the valiant souls who died on the battlefield. But Yi Yuan engraved it in his heart. This boy was worth entrusting. This was the voice in everyone's hearts. Yi Yuan did not stop. He continued, "Thirdly, I entered the extreme medicine sect for the sake of the extreme medicine sects, alchemy, CLA, S6. I have my own Tao in the path of alchemy. Therefore, there's no difference to me whoever I acknowledge as master." Hiss, within the great hall, the sounds of cold air being sucked in and breathed out. This third point was too arrogant, incredibly arrogant. The first 2 points touched people and visibly moved people. But the third point was really too monkeying around. Especially Zhuochen, he was almost crying. Yi was just feeling touched. "You slapped my face sonorously in a blink of an eye? It turned out that you didn't plan on treating me as a master at all." But thinking about it, they were all smart people. Yi Yuan probably never counted on him, this bargain teacher, at all from start to end. "Yi Yuan, what nonsense are you saying? Get the H-E-L-L out." Zhuochen shouted coldly. It was clearly berating, but actually it was protecting Yi Yuan. These words were too treasonous and heretical. This one in front of them was a hegemon. Did he freaking not want his life anymore? Yi Yuan gave Zhuochen a glance, slightly touched in his heart. "Ha ha!" Zhou Pinespring suddenly laughed loudly. Zhou Pinespring's heart thumped, secretly thinking, "Not good." Now, a hegemon was really going to get angry. If you refuse, then just refuse. Why did you have to give such a B? L-O-O-D. Why reason? Well said. Zhou Pinespring laughed loudly and said, "Yi Yuan, this seat really likes you more and more. The journey of Tao is extremely profound, but only by treading out one's own Tao can one reach the apex. Although your realm is low, your heart is clear as a mirror. A shame, a shame. If you weren't a divergent cultivator, how great would that be?" But Yi Yuan said, "So what if I am a divergent cultivator? The path that others couldn't get through. Yi Yuan, might not be unable to clear it." Chapter 28:36. Your father will beat you to death. Chapter 28:36. Your father will beat you to death. What did you say? You impudent brat, you actually refuse to be this seat's disciple? He's rebelling. HHH, it's infuriating this seat to death. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, how many geniuses want to acknowledge this seat as master? This seat didn't even care about them. Today, I was actually rejected by a saint sovereign heaven. This seat is definitely going to beat him to death. Definitely going to beat him to death. Hearing Hegemon Pinespring's reply, Hegemon Cloudmount was angered until he stomped with rage. Of course, This scene was actually within Zhou Pinespring's expectations too. This master of his valued face the most. When accepting disciples, they absolutely had to be geniuses among geniuses. Ordinary people could not enter his sights at all. Each of the disciples that Hegemon Cloudmount took in, they were powerhouses whose reputation shook a region. It had always been his pride, and also his capital for showing off. Honestly speaking, the Hegemon realm really could not be taught. Therefore, Zhou Pinespring agreed with Yi Yuan's words very much. Of course, he was able to step into the Hegemon realm. On the one hand, it was because he was amazingly talented. On the other hand, there was indeed an inseparable relations. H-I plus P with Hegemon Cloudmount. Therefore, even if he had stepped into Hegemon realm, Zhou Pinespring was still very respectful toward Hegemon Cloudmount. Hegemon Cloudmount's conditions for accepting disciples were extremely harsh. Especially after him, his conditions became even more hair-raisingly harsh. It was not unexpected. With a precious gem in front of him, Hegemon Cloudmount's horizons became even higher. Therefore, Hegemon Cloudmount had already not accepted disciples for more than 100,000 years. This time, he took Yi Yuan in as a disciple groundbreakingly, and Yi Yuan actually refused. How could his face remain intact? Ha ha ha. Old fogey Cloudmount, I didn't expect that you'll have this day too. Retribution is really great. An old voice came from inside the absolute heaven barrier. Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said with a sneer, "Old fogey Blacksun, stop making wisecracks here. Xiao he that dumba. S can't do it. Even if you mock me for 10,000 years, he can't make it too. Humph." The moment Hegemon Blacksun heard this, he burst into fury and said, "You blind old thing, Xiao he is extremely talented. Even if you don't take him in, he's already a grade 9 heavenly alchemist currently as well. Don't think that this seat doesn't know what you're cooking. No matter how poor Xiao he's talent is, could it be that it can't compare to a measly grade 5 heavenly alchemist?" Hegemon Cloudmount chuckled and said, "Honestly, he really can't compare at all. I've looked at the formula for the blood of flame crystal. It's absolutely a stroke of wonder. Disregarding other things, even if it's the current Xiao he under the circumstances that he is blood race blood essence, he might not be able to develop it too. This boy has brilliant perception. Otherwise, do you think that this seat will really take anyone in as my disciple? You, Bullsh asterisk T." Hegemon Blacksun was choked until he could not speak. Hegemon Blacksun was Thundercry Continent's Hegemon, revered due to his martial Dao. Zhao, he was Hegemon Blacksun's descendant. He was not interested in martial Dao, but he was very interested in alchemy Dao. Back then, Zhao he knelt for a month in front of Hegemon Cloudmount's door, wanting to acknowledge Hegemon Cloudmount as his master, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not take him in too. Later, Hegemon Blacksun moved out in person, and Hegemon Cloudmount still did not agree. Hegemon Blacksun had always been brooding over this matter. However, Zhao he also lived up to expectations later and cultivated to Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm, becoming a grade 9 heavenly alchemist. Hegemon Blacksun felt very relieved and even came to find Hegemon Cloudmount to show off. But Hegemon Cloudmount turned his nose up at it and straightforwardly said that grade 9 was already the limit for Zhao he. It was absolutely impossible to improve any further. He really wanted to show off. After Zhao he stepped into Hegemon realm, he would come and show off again. Hegemon Blacksun got a rebuff and a stomach full of anger. After going back, he spent a great deal of effort to groom Zhao he. But Hegemon Cloudmount seemed to have foresight. After Zhao he entered grade 9, his improvement became extremely slow. Hegemon Blacksun spent a huge price, but the results were very weak. This face was slapped resoundingly. This time, seeing Hegemon Cloudmount treated this way, he naturally could not resist coming out to slap his face. In the end, he got slapped again. In reality, Hegemon Cloudmount stood at the apex of alchemy Dao. His horizon was naturally not what the average person could compare to. Zhao, he was also not really a worthless thing. Otherwise, it would also have been impossible for him to step into the realm of grade 9 heavenly alchemist. But that was it. But Hegemon Cloudmount ignored the furious Hegemon Blacksun and calmed down. He asked Zhou Pine Spring, "Pine Spring, how do you feel after seeing this boy?" Zhou Pine Spring was silent for a moment, and he assessed, "Extraordinary." Hegemon Cloudmount said in surprise, "Oh, you're actually so optimistic about him." He knew that this disciple of his also had extremely high horizons. He did not care about ordinary geniuses at all. It was because he himself was a prodigy that shocked the world. Being able to be evaluated like this by him, it could be seen that Yi Yuan's talent was really amazing. Zhou Pine Spring nodded and said, "If not for that he's a divergent, this disciple feels that he should be able to step into the realm of Hegemon." Not just Hegemon Cloudmount, the other Hegemons were shocked too. Hegemon could not be said casually. Often, not one Hegemon could be born in several hundreds of thousands of years too. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there were many Emperor Sakra heavens. But the Hegemons were scanty few. This step was way too difficult. Being able to be evaluated by Zhou Pine Spring like this, Yi Yuan was absolutely up to par. But the only thing that was a pity was that divergent cultivator. Then did he reject this seat from the heart, or was it intentional? Hegemon Cloudmount suddenly asked. This question was somewhat subjective, but Hegemon Cloudmount did not care. In front of Zhou Pine Spring, this Hegemon realm, it was impossible for the slightest fluctuation of Yi Yuan's emotions to deceive him. The reason that Yi Yuan gave was very ample, but actually, it was all not counted as reasons. Hegemon Cloudmount was not an ordinary Hegemon realm powerhouse. In alchemy, he was the absolute authority. Hegemon Blacksun was a superpower house on the same level as him, but he also acknowledged Hegemon Cloudmount's alchemy Dao. Otherwise, he also would not have made Zhao He enter his tutelage. Being accepted as a disciple by this kind of overlord, that was countless people's long-cherished goal. One had to know, even the extreme medicine sect master did not have the qualifications to enter his tutelage too. Some people liked to play petty tricks, thinking that this would make them be regarded higher. Of course, this kind of action was just emptious. How could they possibly deceive the visual prowess of Hegemon realms? Zhou Pine Spring said, "This boy's heart is loftier than the sky. Most likely, he really turns his nose up at Master." He also said that walking all the way until today, it was virtually all him comprehending Dao himself. There's no difference who becomes his master. Bang! Absolute heaven barrier trembled. Hegemon Cloudmount was enraged. "Motherf, you, seek her. Your father has lived to this ripe old age and haven't met such an arrogant punk before. Your father is already arrogant enough. This brat is even more arrogant than your father." Not agreeing. "Your father will go find him personally. If he still doesn't agree, your father will beat him to death." Whose? H. Plus a streak of flowing light flew out of the absolute heaven barrier, heading all the way north. Bang! Zwu Chen smacked Yi Yuan into the ground with a slap and scolded him angrily. "Are you a pig? Such a fine opportunity. You actually don't want it? Do you know who Hegemon Cloudmount is? Do you know how many people across the heavens and myriad worlds cry and yell about wanting to acknowledge him as their master? Angering your father to death. Angering your father to death. Your father will definitely beat you, this disappointing thing, to death today." Chapter 28, 28:37. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat's style back then. Chapter 28:37. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat's style back then. Facing Zhuo Chen's anger, Yi Yuan did not blame him, but he felt warmth in his heart instead. After the last battle, Zhuo Chen had already sincerely regarded him as his personal disciple. Hence, that was why he would be so angry. On the path of cultivation, changing masters was extremely common. It was not a big deal. As long as it was not betraying one's master and sect, they would not be criticized by people. It was in man's nature to strive for better. This was natural law. Zhuo Chen examined his own conscience. If it was him, he would have agreed without the slightest hesitation. But Yi Yuan, this fellow, actually rejected him. Master Zhuo, he really doesn't have anything that he can teach me. Or should I say, do you have anything that you can teach me? Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Zhuo Chen was just venting his anger. He naturally would not really hurt Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked miserable right now, but actually it was all external wounds. The moment Zhuo Chen heard, he immediately exploded and said with a cold smile, Who what AC? Oh, see, KY brat. You think that by developing a blood of flame crystal, you're invincible under the heavens? Don't talk about ancestor. As a grade 8 heavenly alchemist, am I, your master, not enough to teach you yet? Yi Yuan looked at Zhuo Chen and said coolly, I've already touched the threshold of profound grade. Zhuo Chen was currently blowing his top. When he heard this, he could not help being stunned, immediately looking at Yi Yuan with a look like looking at a monster. True grade was not the end of alchemy Dao. Above true grade was profound grade. Reaching Emperor realm, the medicinal effects of ordinary heavenly pills was negligible. Even if it was true grade heavenly pills, the effects were greatly discounted on Emperor realms too. Profound grade was the exclusive heavenly pill for Emperor realm powerhouses. True grade heavenly pills fused the power of great Tao in it and possessed unimaginable medicinal effects. However, this was just a preliminary use of heavenly Tao power. Wanting to really attain a higher level, one must reach profound grade. Profound grade could excavate even greater possibilities on the foundation of heavenly medicine's medicinal effect. If true grade could unleash 120% of heavenly medicine's effect, then profound grade could unleash twice or even triple the medicinal effect. The difference in between was not just an iota. It was just that from true grade to profound grade. The span was huge. Yi Yuan naturally did not understand these things before. But after encountering Mi Tian, he naturally learned about it. Below Emperor realm, it was simply impossible to reach profound grade. Because if one wanted to refine profound grade, they needed to have an extremely deep understanding of alchemy Dao. Not reaching grade 7, heavenly alchemist realm. Wanting to refine profound grade, heavenly pills was simply a fool's talk. Of course, there were also extremely few heaven-defying geniuses who were able to refine profound ground before Emperor realm, such as Zhou Pine Spring. This matter had once caused a great sensation. But even if it was Zhou Pine Spring, he also reached this step when he was at peak true sovereign heaven. At that time, he was already not far from Emperor realm. But what realm was Yi Yuan at now? Middle Saint Sovereign. This brat had not even broken through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Grade 5, Heavenly Alchemist, refining profound grade, heavenly pill. It sounded like a fantasy tale, no matter how one listened. Seeing Zhuo Chen's dumbfounded appearance, Yi Yuan said coolly, going to the extreme medicine sect is also for the sake of breaking through to profound grade. Otherwise, when you took me in as a disciple previously, I might really not have agreed to it. Face-slapping sounds could be heard in the air. The two of them becoming master and disciple just happened to be due to the situation. Although now, the two people's friends. I plus P had grown, it could not change their original intentions. Regarding Yi Yuan agreeing with Suochen, it was indeed just for the sake of entering the extreme medicine sect to enrich himself and break through the shackles. True grade was hard. Profound grade was naturally even harder. Even if it was Yi Yuan, wanting to break through to this step was not easy either. Bang! Yi Yuan was smacked away by another slap. Suochen said angrily, "Will you die if you don't tell the truth? You treacherous disciple, angering your father to death. Your father will beat you to death." Bang! Suochen was smacked flying with one slap. A figure suddenly appeared. He shot Suochen a glance and said coolly, "Impudent brat to actually dare hit your grandmaster. You're the treacherous disciple. You deserve to be hit. Your father's disciple can only be beaten by your father." The arrival was a sagely-looking old man. Who could it be if not Hegemon Cloudmount? Of course, this was a clone too. Suochen's entire body trembled, and he said in shock, "Ar, you ancestor Cloudmount." Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly, "It's naturally this seat. Yours, Suochen?" Suochen knelt down with a thud and said tremblingly, "D-disciple pays respect to ancestor Cloudmount." Hegemon Cloudmount was totally different from Zhou Pinespring. He was the extreme medicine sex legend, an undefeated myth. Even if Zhou Pinespring advanced to Hegemon Realm, he was unable to be mentioned in the same breath with Hegemon Cloudmount II. Hegemon Realm, their movements and traces had always been elusive and secretive. But Zhou Pinespring was the sex disciple in the first place, a rising star from the younger generation. Everyone was not unfamiliar with him. There was naturally lesser awe and fear. But with regards to Hegemon Cloudmount, that was different. He was an old monster-level powerhouse. One should not look at how Suochen was an Emperor-vast Heaven Realm powerhouse. If he wanted to meet Cloudmount, that was impossible. But today, Hegemon Cloudmount actually came in person for Yi Yuan. Hegemon Cloudmount ignored him but looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Impudent brat, why haven't you knelt when you see your master?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This old fellow was so shameless. He had clearly rejected the offer already. This guy was still harping on about being his master. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I've already made it very clear to Hegemon Pinespring. I won't acknowledge you as master." Ha! What high-sounding sentiments. You said you're not acknowledging, and you're done? Do you know how many people cry and wail, requesting for me to take them in as a disciple? Yi Yuan had a helpless look as he said, "These 2 days, I've already heard until my ears grew calluses. But what does that have to do with me? I admit that you're very formidable, but in the future, I might not be unable to catch up to you. I might even Serpa, SSU." Hearing this, Suochen's hair stood on end. "I don't know him. I don't know him." He was whispering vigorously in his heart. Ha ha! But the moment Cloudmount heard, he let out a loud laughter and said, "Indeed, arrogant enough. Looking across the heavens and myriad realms, there really aren't many who dare to speak to this seat like this. Kid, you're different from Pinespring, that reticent thing. You suit this seat's taste very much. Your arrogant appearance looks a lot like this seat's style back then. Ha ha ha. I'll definitely be taking you in as a disciple." Yi Yuan was rendered speechless. He was really not interested in acknowledging a master. Even back then in the heaven-span world, sacred ancestor, high priest, that kind of apex existence, also addressed him as his brother. And he also forged a path that connected to the heavens without any surprise. Now, in the 33 heavens, Yi Yuan was confident that he could also do this. Especially after obtaining those records in the Labyrinth Divine Palace, Yi Yuan's horizons were broadened, and he already had a hazy direction about his path of alchemy those few decades before leaving Rainclear Continent. Yi Yuan had ACCU Mulat for a long time and also obtained tremendous improvement in alchemy Dao. Apologies. I really don't have plans to change masters. Yi Yuan still shook his head and said. Cloudmount pointed at Suichan and said coolly, if you don't agree, this seat will send him to the front lines right away. You should know, fighting with the blood race is 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. All right, also those friends around you. The front lines are severely lacking people. Since they are a part of Heaven One, they should serve the Alliance, wouldn't you agree? Hegemon Cloudmount revealed a cunning fox-like smile. Yi Yuan's face turned black. This old man was so shameless to actually use this kind of method to force him to concede. Chapter 2838, Getting Slapped. Chapter 2838, Getting Slapped. Yi Yuan looked at Hegemon Cloudmount and sighed as he said, Senior Cloudmount, just what do you want before you're willing to give up? Cloudmount grinned and said, very simple, a compet. 1. Tie-in. If you win, this seat will leave right away. If I win, you'll be this seat's disciple obediently. Otherwise, Cloudmount looked towards Wei-Chun with an unfriendly expression, while the latter's beck shrank back. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Ancestor, making Yi Yuan compete with you, this is too bullying. Wei-Chun could not resist saying. Cloudmount snorted coldly and said, would this seat bully a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven? Kid, this seat will compete in Tao elucidation with you, the Tao elucidation of grade 5 heavenly medicines. As for what kind of heavenly medicines, feel free to choose. Cloudmount's domineering appearance really resembled Yi Yuan a little. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, okay, I agree to it. However, acknowledging you as my master or not can't be determined by winning or losing. Cloudmount's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, then how do we decide? Yi Yuan said, as long as you can convince me, I'll naturally acknowledge you as my master. Otherwise, there's no talk. Cloudmount smiled coldly and said, Bullsh *T. You're all talk, but no promises. Even if this seat beats you, if you refuse to admit it, what can this seat do to you? But Yi Yuan was indifferent and said, this Yi still has this bit of integrity. You're an alchemy overlord to begin with. Winning against me is within reason. But if you don't win me by much, why should I acknowledge you as my master? Cloudmount thought about it and nodded as he said, you make some sense. All right, do as you say. I reckon that you can't play any tricks in front of this seat either. Yi Yuan naturally did not have the intention to play tricks. Hegemon Cloudmount had already come in person. Yi Yuan was still slightly touched in his heart. At present, he was already clear about how great the disparity was between Hegemon and Saint Sovereign Heaven. In the eyes of Hegemon realms, Emperor Sakra Heaven were just ants, let alone Saint Sovereign Heavens. Furthermore, Yi Yuan also understood that at this point, it was likely impossible for Yi Yuan to want to refuse it anymore. Yi Yuan had pride, but it did not mean that he was stupid. Under the circumstances where there was no great life and death enmity, why was there a need to offend a Hegemon realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan also felt it. Cloudmount attached quite a lot of importance to him. It was completely different from Zhuo Chen's ATT I'd before. He felt that the problem was with the blood of flame crystal. Yi Yuan spent quite a lot of time and effort on this formula before developing it. Even if it was Zhuo Chen, he only felt that the reason why Yi Yuan could come up with the blood of flame crystal was that he could get the blood race's blood essence. It showed that his horizons were insufficient, and his cultivation base was still not enough. But Cloudmount was different. As a Hegemon realm, grand bright jade, complete heaven's alchemy overlord, how could he not even have this bit of visual prowess? Hence, Yi Yuan also wanted to see how big the gap between him and an overlord was. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either, directly pulling out an unadorned golden lotus. Unadorned golden lotus was a very precious grade 5 heavenly medicine. It contained extremely complicated rule fragments. The so-called Tao elucidation was drawing out the rule fragments in heavenly medicines and displaying it in front of people. The more that was shown, it naturally meant the stronger the heavenly alchemist's strength. You could only draw it out if you grasped this portion of rule fragment. Yi Yuan's technique naturally went without saying. The unadorned golden lotus in his hand was like a flower slowly blooming. The multicolored rule fragments presented themselves in an orderly manner before Zhuo Chen and Cloudmount's eyes. Zhuo Chen's pupils constricted. Only then did he understand what Yi Yuan meant by saying that he had touched the threshold of profound grade. This kid already had half a foot into profound grade. He was only a foot away from entering the door. Of course, it was also this step to enter the door that became Yi Yuan's current bottleneck. He wanted to enter the extreme medicine sect and read extensively, precisely for the sake of breaking this shallow layer of a bottleneck. Yi Yuan breaking through to profound grade was only a matter of time. Even if he did not enter the extreme medicine sect, he believed that before long he could puncture this layer of window pane paper too. This kid was too heaven-defying. He was just middle Saint Sovereign heaven. What Cloudmount saw was naturally even more different. His face was very calm, even carrying thick mockery and a look of disdain. But the twinkle in his eyes could not be concealed, no matter what. Hegemon Cloudmount was shouting crazily in his heart, "Genius! Peerless genius! A genius even more monstrous than Zhou Pinespring." This kid's affinity was only 67. This rascal was elucidating Tao almost completely based on instinct. Furthermore, it was so perfect and impeccable. When Zhou Pinespring was at grade 5 heavenly alchemist, he absolutely could not achieve this level. One had to know Zhou Pinespring's affinity had reached grand completion, holy realm long ago. Was affinity reaching 100 the limit? No. Above 100, there were still 3 realms: spirit realm, profound realm, and holy realm. Zhou Pinespring's affinity was a freak among freaks and had long already reached the peak of holy realm, unable to rise any longer. But even so, when Zhou Pinespring was at grade 5 heavenly alchemist, he could not compare to Yi Yuan too. Tao elucidation was just one aspect of refining pills. But Tao elucidation could tell how far a heavenly alchemist walked on the path of alchemy. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had already walked very, very far. No wonder this boy was so wild and arrogant. He indeed had the capital to be insolent. Such a genius was simply unreasonably monstrous. His affinity was clearly not up to scratch, but he was more impressive than others. Tell me, was it not aggravating? The geniuses that Cloudmount had seen before were as many as schools of carps crossing the river, but he had never seen before such a prodigy, who took his breath away. This trip was the right call. Of course, he would not say these. Hegemon realm had to have the reserved manner of a hegemon realm. No matter how genius you were still an ant in front of this seat. No idea how long had Pa S. said either. Yi Yuan's Tao elucidation finally ended. The unadorned golden lotus seemed to be peeled open, forming an enormous flower, magnificently beautiful. Yi Yuan reeled off the cock. Oh, and guiding the rule fragments in the unadorned golden lotus out, presenting it in a flower shape. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Zhuo Chen sucked in a cold breath. Even if it was him, he also could not do better than Yi Yuan. Impressive. Truly incredible. Brat, I really have nothing that I can teach you. Zhuo Chen said somewhat dejectedly. He was indeed more powerful than Yi Yuan in alchemy. Furthermore, He could even refine profound grade, heavenly pills. But Yi Yuan would not take much time to reach his level. With or without him, this master, it was actually all the same. Yi Yuan fished out another unadorned golden lotus, threw it to Cloudmount, and said, "Your turn." Cloudmount did not catch it, only to see a streak of light flash past. The unidomed golden lotus returned to Yi Yuan's hand again. "No need," Cloudmount said coolly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Cloudmount, are you conceding defeat?" A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Cloudmount's mouth, and he said, "Conceding defeat? Ha ha ha, you brat, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Forget about this grand, bright jade, complete heaven. Even across all the heavens and myriad worlds, how many dare to make this seed admit defeat? Today, I'll let you witness what's true alchemy Tao." Finished saying, Cloudmount's palm raised up. A flame landed on the unadorned golden lotus that Yi Yuan refined. Whose? H. Plus it was as if the unadorned golden lotus was watered with a catalyst, starting to grow crazily. One flower became two. 2 flowers became 4. 4 flowers became 8. The rule flowers in the house became more and more, and increasingly gorgeous, as if walking into a garden. This spectacular scenery made people feel an upsurge of emotion, res. H.I. plusing and gladdening the heart. This technique was tyrannical to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression finally changed. His pupils constricted, his heart virtually about to stop beating. Too strong. Was this the realm of a chaos heavenly master? Chapter 2839. A formidable master had no incompetent disciple. Chapter 2839. A formidable master had no incompetent disciple. Done posturing, Cloudmount looked at the Yi Yuan with a shocked expression, secretly taking delight in it. "Who asked you to scare your father just now? Now, your father will intimidate you too. Having a bit of ability, do you really think nothing of others? Really think that chaos heavenly masters were to be trifled with? Above grade 9 heavenly alchemist was chaos heavenly master. Missing the word alchemist, the terror of hegemon realm heavenly alchemists could be seen. Reaching hegemon realm, developing great Tao, was at their fingertips, already breaking away from the domain of medicine. Up in the heavens and down below the earth, nothing could not be refined. To chaos heavenly masters, they could even forcefully refine their opponents, their strength terrifying to the extreme. However, hegemon Cloudmount felt incredibly guilty. This move looked incredible, but it was somewhat taxing to this clone. In order to suppress Yi Yuan, he really exerted all of his strength. "Brat, are you convinced?" Cloudmount said coolly. Only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses and look toward Cloudmount with a look of shock. It turned out that heavenly alchemists could reach such a transcendent realm. Hegemon Cloudmount's Tao elucidation was already on a totally different level from Yi Yuan. This was like answering a question. Yi Yuan just answered it in a routine manner, but not only did Cloudmount answer it, but he also expanded on it and eventually turned it into an extremely perfect and complete major topic. It was worlds apart. In alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan had always thought that he did not lose to anyone. But this time, he was really convinced. The disparity was too great. "Kid, your talent is pretty good. Maybe one day, you'll really be able to reach this seat's realm. But alchemy Tao is infinite. With someone giving you guidance on the path ahead, you can take many less detours. Isn't that so?" Hegemon Cloudmount said coolly. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, but arrived before Zhuo and kowtowed 3 times respectfully, saying sincerely, "One day as master, a master for life. From now on, you're still my Yi Yuan's master." Yi Yuan had never acknowledged a master in alchemy before. Once acknowledged, Yi Yuan naturally would not kick him to the curb after he outlived his usefulness too. There was no real master-disciple relation between him and Zhuochen, but there was the name of master and disciple. Now, he was going to acknowledge Cloudmount as his master, but he had to make Zhuochen call him grandmaster. That was not what a man would do. Zhuochen's face was full of emotion, and he said with a nod, "Boy, with this sentence from you, it's enough." Witnessing Yi Yuan's talent and strength, Zhuochen naturally would not be haughty anymore. Accepting Yi Yuan as a disciple was not Yi Yuan making a profit, but him profiting. Seeing this scene, Hegemon Cloudmount did not stop it, but was slightly moved in his heart. Looking at it now, the reason why Yi Yuan kept rejecting it before, it was not Brus. I plussing him off. His misgivings towards Zhuochen probably accounted for a large part of it. This boy's character and disposition was all the best choice. Hegemon Cloudmount's appraisal of Yi Yuan went up a few more points. Only after fineness. I plussing kowtowing to Zhuochen did Yi Yuan arrive in front of Hegemon Cloudmount and kowtowed 3 times again, saying, "Disciple Yi Yuan pays respect to master." Ha, good disciple. With this seat accepting a disciple, I normally would inform the world and all the heavens to come and congratulate. However, present circu, stances differ from before. For the sake of your safety, we need to keep a low profile. The blood race has many powerhouses lurking within the absolute heaven barrier. If they find out about your ident, they will definitely come and kill you at any cost. Therefore, you also have to be careful yourself. Understand? Hegemon Cloudmount said. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Hegemon Cloudmount continued, "Since Master accepted you as a disciple, I naturally have to gift you a greeting gift. You're about to enter profound grade soon. This seat will demonstrate to you what's profound grade. This way, it will be much easier for you to break through." Finished saying, Hegemon Cloudmount flicked his sleeves grandly and started refining the unadorned golden lotus. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. Did Chaos Heavenly Masters all refine heavenly medicines like this? But very soon, he converged his mind and placed his mind and body on the unadorned golden lotus, only to see the unadorned golden lotus gradually transform, turning into a heavenly pill. An incredibly profound aura flowed around the heavenly pill. Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have grasped something but failed to grasp it at the same time. It was seemingly like a castle in the sky. He felt that this layer of windowpane paper had already been poked through. Of course, he had not broken through yet. However, he could already see what was profound grade through that tiny gap. His refinement was not carried out randomly, but with a definite target in mind. He went in the direction of Yi Yuan's Tao elucidation, slowly guiding, letting Yi Yuan cross this river himself. He did not impose anything on Yi Yuan. He just acted in accordance with the flow. What Yi Yuan was walking was his own Tao. It had nothing to do with him. Very soon, an ordinary, but also not ordinary heavenly pill appeared before Yi Yuan. "Understood," Cloudmount said. "Understood." Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "Understood what?" "Profound grade is also Tao. However, it's just an extension of Tao. The water will flow naturally when the channel forms." A hint of a proud smile flashed across Cloudmount's face. This boy was too monstrous. To ordinary heavenly alchemists, the divine ability that he displayed where there was nothing in the world that could not be refined, it was absolutely shocking. This kind of divine skill was exclusive to Chaos Heavenly Masters. Ordinary people would definitely be immersed in it. Didn't you see that, at the side, Zhuochen was still immersed in it? unable to extricate himself. But Yi Yuan did not. This boy's heart was like a clear mirror. He was too clear about what he wanted. Although Yi Yuan was also shocked at his means, he placed all of his focus on profound grade. Therefore, Yi Yuan really understood. He understood what profound grade was. As for breaking through, that was merely something that would happen naturally without extra effort. After Yi Yuan went to the extreme medicine sect and entered the scripture library, he would probably be able to break through before long. If not for his guidance, Yi Yuan would probably have to study for more than 10 years in the scripture library before he could puncture this layer of window pane paper. Perhaps even longer. True grade to profound grade was far too difficult. Many Emperor Realm heavenly alchemists could not attain it, yet, let alone Yi Yuan, this saint sovereign heaven. It was not that if you reached the bottleneck, you would be able to break through very soon. Breaking through in 10 years, Yi Yuan was already a monster among monsters. Many Emperor Realms were stuck at this hurdle for thousands of years. Of course, Yi Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. Acknowledging this master was the right call. This Hegemon Cloudmount was absolutely an expert in teaching disciples. That guidance just now could not be done just because one's realm was high. A high realm and teaching disciples were two completely different things. Some people's realms were extremely high, but the disciples under them were each lousier than the last. Some people's realms were not high, but they could have disciples spread all over the world. Knowing how to teach and not knowing how to teach, the difference was too great. Hegemon Cloudmount's cultivation realm was not only incredibly high, but he also had the knack for teaching disciples too. No wonder he could bring up Zhou Pinespring, this chaos heavenly master. A bout of casual giving pointers saved him decades of hard work. This was not what the average person could do. All right, this is settled. This seat will be heading back to. The Southern Front's war is too tense. Master's clone can't leave for too long. You go to the Extreme Medicine Sect first and enter the Extreme Light Pavilion. Over there, Pine Spring has already arranged things for you. The remaining road, you can just walk on your own. After you come to the Absolute Heaven Barrier, this seat will give you more pointers. Yi Yuan was touched in his heart. Hegemon Cloudmount could be said to have taken an extraordinary risk for him. With his clone leaving during the war, it was equivalent to dim menace. Plusing one's own strength. Once he really encountered a formidable enemy, it would be very easy to get injured. Many thanks, Master Cloudmount. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Hegemon Cloudmount smiled and said, You, boy, didn't let Master down. This trip wasn't in vain. After he was done talking, Hegemon Cloudmount's figure swayed, and he disappeared. Yi Yuan pushed Suichun. Suichun abruptly startled awake and said blankly, Ancestor Cloudmount, he left. Yi Yuan gave him a look and said crossly, Stop thinking. Immersing in it will damage your Tao heart. Suichun was suddenly shocked. Chapter 2840, Standing by and Watching People Die. Chapter 2840, Standing by and Watching People Die. Masters take care. You brat, this seat is at any rate Emperor Realm too. Don't make that face, as if it's a parting of life and death, all right? Ho, old Manzwa, you accepted a good disciple. Humph, don't talk rubbish. Yi Yuan's current ident. Tai isn't the same anymore. Emperor Dan Fei became said, and immediately shut up. The matter of Yi Yuan becoming Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple, they knew about it too. When they learned about this news from Suichun, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. Hegemon Cloudmount had not taken disciples for more than 100,000 years already. This time, He actually came over personally for the sake of a measly little saint's sovereign heaven. It could be seen how highly he valued Yi Yuan. Just as Emperor Dan Fei said, Yi Yuan's current ident. 1. Tai was different. In terms of seniority, they had to call Yi Yuan Grandmaster. On the contrary, it was Zuo Chun who did not need to call him like this. At this time, it was already time to leave. The southern front was strained. Dan Fei and the other Emperor realm powerhouses had to head to the southern front immediately to fight. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan and a few others were going to the extreme medicine sect. After this parting, he also did not know whether they would meet again. Yi Yuan was naturally sentimental. Zuo Chun played it down, but he knew that the southern front was very dangerous. Forget about Emperor Realm. Even hegemon realms might fall too. Kid, over at the sect side, this seat has already made arrangements for you. After arriving at the sect, your senior apprentice brother, Hua Zong, will arrange everything. This matter of ancestor Cloudmount accepting you as a disciple, you shouldn't publicize this matter either. His ident. 1. Tai is too exalted. He's the Tom in the blood race's side. Once exposed, the blood race will definitely kill you at any cost. Therefore, you're still this seat's disciple on the surface. Understand? Zuo Chun exhorted. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This disciple understands." The two groups of people split up. Yi Yuan brought Yang Qing and the others, and they headed straight to the extreme medicine sect. The extreme medicine sect was located at East Victory Mountain Range, east of the Heaven One continent. The landscape was endowed with natural spirits, gathering heaven and earth spiritual energy, being a holy land for cultivation. The Heaven One continent was extremely vast. Something as large as the Rain-Clear continent was only 1/10,000th as the Heaven One continent. The grand bright jade, complete heaven's 3 vast continents, plus the area of the ocean, was simply immeasurable. On the 3 continents, there were originally 7 great hegemon-level sections. The Heaven One continent had the most. It had 3, and the extreme medicine sect was one of them. However, out of the 7 great sects had been destroyed. Now, there was only the heaven-seeking sect, extreme medicine sect, and 9 Suns sect left, and the blood race marched north. 9 Suns sect was the first to bear the brunt. Most of its territory was occupied by the blood race. In the past, the 7 great sects were divided. When it came down to race extermination, they had no choice but to join forces too. It was also under this kind of circumstances that hegemon realm powerhouses joined forces to build the absolute heaven barrier and resist the enemy. In contrast, the blow that the extreme medicine sect suffered was actually not considered great. Therefore, the current extreme medicine sect was still a prosperous scene. When Yi Yuan and the rest Pa-S said through the transmission array and reached East Victory Mountain Range, it was already half a month later. TSK Tisk, truly well-deserving of being a hegemon-level sect. This magnificence, this aura, in the future, hegemon Azure Sky, will definitely dominate here. Yang Qing looked at that magnificent hall that towered into the clouds and said, Pa-S, silently. Uffed. Big Yellow and Jingfei, 2 people both laughed at the same time. Yang Qing's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "What are you guys laughing about? This sovereign has already stepped into true sovereign heaven. Within 10,000 years, this sovereign will definitely step into hegemon realm." Jingfei said gleefully, "Bulls, HI+T, if you want to say big brother, Yi Yuan cultivating to hegemon realm, I'll believe it. But no chance." Yang Qing was furious and said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, come. Let's fight one-on-one. If I don't beat you until you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, then I'm not called Sovereign Azure Sky." Yi Yuan did not speak. Dao's sword appeared indistinctly between his brows. Yang Qing's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a few steps back and said with a cautious look, "You're acting shamelessly. What kind of hero are you considered by using the Dao sword?" In a frontal confrontation, after he stepped in true sovereign heaven, Yi Yuan was definitely not his match. He was not an ordinary true sovereign heaven. In the previous great battle, he had once battled 3 people alone, and even overpowered his opponents. Although Yi Yuan was able to jump realms and battle, that also depended on who the target was. True sovereign heavens were not to be trifled with. But if he used the Dao sword, that was completely different. One had to know, back then, one sword from Yi Yuan cut down the middle true sovereign heaven Han Guang. Therefore, when Yi Yuan utilized the Dao sword, Yang Qing immediately yielded. When Jing Fei saw the situation, she laughed herself even harder into fits and said, "What rubbish sovereign azure sky? You're just relying on that your realm is a little higher. If you have the ability, fight with Big Brother Yi Yuan at the same realm. Big Brother, Yi Yuan will give you a handicap of 1 hand. Oh, no, give you a handicap of both hands and both legs. And you're not a match for him, too." Yang Qing's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "Humph, he's just relying on that he's a divergent cultivator. You rest assured. This sovereign absolutely won't let him catch up. When he reaches Emperor Sakra heaven, this sovereign would have already reached the hegemon realm. At that time, I'll ravage him then." Yi Yuan ignored Yang Qing and already drifted down, frowning slightly. In front of the extreme medicine sect's gates, large batches of wounded people were gathering over from all directions, wails filling the land. A youth who was injured all overcarried another youth as he pleaded bitterly to an extreme medicine sect disciple. Extreme medicine sect's living bodhisattvas. "I beg you, let us enter. If my younger brother is still not saved, he'll be dead for sure." The youth on his back was already on his dying breath, looking like he was about to kick the bucket. But at this time, the extreme medicine sect sent people to block his path and did not let these people go up the mountain at all. The extreme medicine sect disciple, whom he was pleading with, had an impatient look. "Pus, plussing him away, he said in a cold voice, "What's the hurry? What's the hurry? He's merely a lower saint sovereign heaven. Do you know how many people are waiting for treatment on the mountain now? Wait here. If you dare to cause any more trouble, don't blame us for not being courteous." When the youth who got pushed saw his younger brother's appearance, his heart burned with anxiety, and he directly knelt down to that extreme medicine sect disciple and said, "Your Excellency, I beg you, save my younger brother. He only became like this because of fighting with the blood race at absolute heaven barrier. You can't stand by and watch people die." The extreme medicine sect disciple smiled coldly and said, "In that case, you're all heroes? Open your eyes and take a look of those that the extreme medicine sect is treating now, who isn't a hero resisting the blood race. Go away. Keep causing trouble, and you'll be killed without amnesty." Clank. That extreme medicine sect disciple drew his blade. A cold aura swept out and made everyone's expressions change. Poor work. Right at this time, the youth's younger brother suddenly vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his eyes rolling up, looking as if it was hopeless for him. The youth's expression changed greatly, and he said in a panic, "Zhang, you have to hold on. We're already reached the extreme medicine sect. They will definitely save you." That extreme medicine sect disciple's expression was indifferent. Clearly, he did not have the intention of stepping forward to heal him. All around, many people had looks of lament and resentment, all glaring at the extreme medicine sect disciple angrily. But they clearly did not care. Just some ants. What could they do to them? These days, the Southern Front had fallen into a frenzied great battle. The blood race launched wave and wave of salt. Heaven one side suffered heavy casualties. As the number one alchemy sect, the people coming to the extreme medicine sect to seek medicinal treatment naturally came and went in endless streams. The entire extreme medicine sect had already reached a state of full load operations. They seriously could not accommodate so many people anymore. Hence, they naturally had to choose who to treat. The army that the Southern Front formed, those were all the various major sects' disciples. Their strength far sing these itinerant cultivators. But the real numbers were still these nameless itinerant cultivators. They might not be strong, but they also formed all kinds of organizations and were killing the enemy on the front line. These people in front of them were firstly without background, and secondly, they were without strength. They would naturally be stopped outside the mountain pass gates. Right at this time, Yi Yuan arrived next to the youth's younger brother with a flash. It was only to see stars lit up. The Xuanji 9 leaves suddenly activated. One divine essence needle after another entered Zhang Yi's body. Very soon, Zhang Yi stopped puking blood, and his aura also became much more uniform. Chapter 2841, Too Incredible. Chapter 2841, Too Incredible. After Finus, plussing these, Yi Yuan took out a heavenly pill and directly melted it in water, took out a small cup, and let the youth's younger brother drink it. The complexion of the youth's younger brother, who was originally on his dying breath, became rosy very quickly. Everyone stared at Yi Yuan without moving their gaze, their eyes going from doubt to surprise. That extreme medicine sect's disciple's reaction was the fastest. He naturally knew what Yi Yuan was going to do. Originally, he had a disdainful look, but very soon, his expression became solemn. An expert, this acupuncture technique was much stronger than even many of the top disciples in the sect. Also, that heavenly pill, it was definitely peak true grade. Was this here to challenge the dojo? Divine Doctor. That kid was practically about to meet King Yama just now. Now, he actually lived. What formidable medical skills, truly the means to revive the dead. This master is a virtuous doctor, saving the wounded, not like the extreme medicine sect, standing by and watching people die. Humph! Seeing Yi Yuan having such miraculous methods, waves of exclamations immediately came from all around. Of course, they also showed contempt for the extreme medicine sect while they were at it. One refused to help people in mortal danger. The other had a doctor's benevolence. The level was immediately established. All right, bring your younger brother to go and rest for a while, and he'll be fine, Yi Yuan said to the youth. When the youth saw that his younger brother had come back to life, his two eyes went red with agitation. Kneeling down in front of Yi Yuan with a thud, he said, "Many thanks, Master, for your life-saving grace. Zhang Song's life will be sold to Master." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "All right, go on. There are still many people who need treatment here. Don't delay." Finished saying, he said loudly, "People who are on the verge of dying, come in front of me to queue up in haste. You're not allowed to hold a position without being qualified. Otherwise, kill without mercy." This yell immediately attracted an uproar. Those Saint Sovereign Heavens who were seriously injured on the verge of death immediately rushed forward together. The wounded present were not less than 10,000 people, but those who were truly about to die were naturally in the minority. Very soon, those people came in front of Yi Yuan and lined up in a snaking queue. Yi Yuan's acupuncture technique, coupled with true grade, heavenly pills melted in water, virtually worked like a charm. The surrounded cries of exclamations were continuous. The extreme medicine sect disciple, who was in front, was called Qian Nan, a half-step true sovereign heaven powerhouse. At this time, Qian Nan's expression became increasingly uglier. This punk clearly came to the extreme medicine sect to slap faces. The people that we did not take in, you treated them to earn fame? Furthermore, it was even in front of the Mountain Pa S gates of a behemoth like the extreme medicine sect. Were you freaking nuts? He came in front of Yi Yuan, using his blade to point at Yi Yuan. He said in a cold voice, "Brat, here isn't the place for you to show off. Hurry up and get lost, otherwise you'll get it." Yi Yuan ignored him and said coolly, "Big Yellow, dole out a small punishment, break his legs." Qian Nan was just about to sneer and mock Yi Yuan. "Did you eat a bear's heart or leopard's gall? To dare beat the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's Mountain Pa S gates?" However, his eyes blurred. Big Yellow's hoof already arrived. The extreme medicine sect's half-step true sovereign heaven was naturally very strong. But who was Big Yellow? He already killed his way into history's top 1,000 in the Labyrinth Divine Palace. It was already rare for him to have a match in the same rank. This hoof directly kicked Qian Nan's entire person flying. Then Big Yellow followed after swiftly. Crack! Crack! Qian Nan's two legs snapped in response. Arg! Qian Nan screamed miserably. Everyone was stunned, including those people who came to seek medical treatment. Beating the extreme medicine sect's disciple in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates. Was this person a fool? The extreme medicine sect was a hegemon-level powerful sect. Even in the era of the 7 great hegemon-level sects, the extreme medicine sect was a top major sect too. The extreme medicine sect's hegemon realm powerhouses reached as many as 4 people. Apart from Hegemon Cloudmount and Hegemon Pine Spring, there were also 2 Marshall Path powerhouses. This kind of behemoth, even Hegemon realms did not dare to easily provoke it. Now, it actually had its front door blocked by a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven and got slapped in the face. You really dare to break my legs. Everyone attacked together. For me, dice this punk into pieces. Qian Nan roared angrily. As an extreme medicine sect's disciple, how revered was his status? Some fellow who popped out from G. Oh, Dino's where actually broke his legs. There were hundreds of Saint Sovereign Heavens maintaining order in front of the Mountain Pa S gates. Hearing the order at this time, they immediately swarmed forward. Sovereign Azure Sky is here. Who dares to act wildly? Yang Qing's long spear swung horizontally. The power of a true sovereign heaven suddenly bloomed. The footsteps of those Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples abruptly stopped. Everyone present was inexplicably shocked again. It was not because Yang Qing was powerful, but they were shocked by his boldness. You were also too freaking domineering, right? A mere true sovereign Heaven dared to posture at the extreme medicine sect's door. The extreme medicine sect's true sovereign heavens numbered at least 8,000. Even if not, there should be over 5,000. Maintaining order, the extreme medicine sect did not send powerhouses over, because in their view, no one dared to make a move in front of the extreme medicine sect's gates at all. Who knew that someone made a move? Qian Nan endured the intense pain and said with a cold smile, "Oh, Sovereign Azure Sky, how awe-inspiring. Are the few of you really bullying my extreme medicine sect for not having anybody?" It was not that the extreme medicine sect doesn't have anyone. It's that you stood by and watched people die, ruining the extreme medicine sect's reputation. Breaking your legs is teaching you a lesson on your teacher's behalf. Yi Yuan treated a person and opened his mouth to say lightly. Qian Nan said furiously, "Who the H-E-L-I do you think you dare? To also be fit to lecture me? Go and invite Marshal Uncle Wu Jiang. they all over. I want to see what right a measly little middle saint sovereign heaven has to be so impressive. Under Qian Nan's word of command 4, there was immediately someone who returned to the mountain pa S gates, Yi Yuan, and the rest did not stop him either. With this, those wounded were not calm anymore. While this master was impressive, he was a little too impressive. You also didn't take a look. Where was this place? To still want to teach people's disciple a lesson. Wasn't this courting death? Master, you'd better leave quickly. Your great kindness, we're endlessly grateful. But the extreme medicine sect can't be provoked. Yeah, master, you're a virtuous doctor. We all remember firmly in our hearts. Hurry up and go, or it will be too late. The extreme medicine sect is a hegemon-level sect. There are countless true sovereign heavens in the sect. The few of you can't gain any advantages. The surrounding wounded urged one after another, asking Yi Yuan and his companions to leave. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No worries. Even if their teachers came, I'm scared that the people they call over don't have enough weight." Everyone toppled. You were posturing too much. If their sect randomly sent a few true sovereign heavens over, they would crush you guys to death. There was naturally no one who would think that this measly little saint sovereign heaven before their eyes was the extreme medicine sect's ancestor's disciple. Even if this ident. 1. Tai could not be known to the outside world. The seniority of Zhu Chen's disciple was also extremely high. When Qian Nan heard it, he snickered and said, "Ho hu, I really broadened my horizons today. In that case, I'll see if you can still be so impressive after our teacher arrives." Very soon, more than 10 true sovereign heavens flew over in a threatening manner. A youth in blue long robes shouted coldly, "Who is it to dare act wildly before our extreme medicine sect's mountain pa S gates?" Blue robes were the attire of true sovereign heaven disciples. The arrival was precisely Wu Jiang, middle true sovereign heaven powerhouse. When Qian Nan saw that Wu Jiang came, he immediately became emboldened and said to Yi Yuan with a cold smile, "This master, my teacher, is here. I want to see how you teach me a lesson. Martial Uncle Wu Jiang. It's this punk who damaged our extreme medicine sect's reputation in front of the mountain pa S gates, and he even broke my legs, saying that it's teaching me a lesson on my teacher's behalf." Wu Jiang's expression turned cold. The pressure of a true sovereign heaven directly pressed down on Yi Yuan's body as he said in a solemn voice, "Where did this impudent thing come from? Are you courting death?" Yi Yuan ignored him and still administered the needles as he said with his back facing him, "Is the management of the mountain pa S gates your responsibility?" Chapter 2842 Kneel. Chapter 2842 Kneel. Listening to you, do you also want to denounce me publicly for crimes? Wu Jiang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Why, can I 2-inch Yi Yuan?" still said coolly. Wu Jiang's expression turned cold, and he said, "Showing you a bit of color, and you really opened a dye shop. A mere saint sovereign, heaven boasting shamelessly in front of our extreme medicine sect. Who gave you the courage?" Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back, and said coolly, "The extreme medicine sect is one of Heaven One's only remaining fruits, and it is also the #1 alchemy path sect. In the war with the blood race, the extreme medicine sect's disciples gained great prestige because they fought BLOODY battles on the battlefield and treated countless wounded. But you all ignored tens of thousands of wounded and stood by as you watched people die, hearts like stone. The extreme medicine sect's face has been utterly lost by you all." Everyone could not help nodding one after another when they heard it. The extreme medicine sect's reputation had indeed reached its peak after the war. Only the extreme medicine sect's disciples fought at the front lines and had countless casualties. They even healed countless wounded. In terms of prestige, the extreme medicine sect was currently the well-deserved #1 major sect. But it was also precisely because of this that the extreme medicine sect had many disciples who became conceited and condescending. Dao Chun and the others from before, and the Wu Jiang and the others too, they were all like this. To really discuss merits, Wu Jiang, these people had meager cultivation realms. How much merit could they have? But they relied on the extreme medicine sect's record of merits and damaged the extreme medicine sect's reputation. That Yi Yuan entered the extreme medicine sect, he could naturally interfere. Moreover, the likes of Wu Jiang and Qian Nen were incomparably cold-blooded, sively watching these people die without caring about them. This was diametrically opposed to the medicine Dao that Yi Yuan upheld. It was not something that he could tolerate. When Wu Jiang heard, he did not get angry, but smiled instead and said, "Oh, wow, you, a mere saint sovereign heaven, is bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It's just that if you want a posture, did you pick the wrong place to do it? Who the H-E-L-I do you think you are? To dare lecture this sovereign?" Everyone felt that Yi Yuan was crazy. If you lectured the saint sovereign heaven Qian Nan, forget it. Now his martial uncle came, and you still lectured him? These 10 over people were all true sovereign heaven powerhouses. You only had one true sovereign heaven here. Wu Jiang could not be bothered to talk nonsense either, directly making a hand gesture. More than 10 true sovereign heavens rushed forward. That commotion was very shocking. The surrounding people lamented. Asked you to run away long ago. You didn't run. Now, you can't escape even if you want to run away. But right at this time, a figure suddenly blocked the paths of Wu Jiang and the rest. When Wu Jiang saw the arrival, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "Wu Jiang pays respect to martial uncle Huazong." Paying respect to martial uncle Huazong. Paying respect to Grandmaster Huazong. Those true sovereign heaven and saint sovereign heavens bowed one after another. Huazong was Zhuo Chen's personal disciple. Although he was only grand completion true sovereign heaven realm, he was the personal disciple of Zhuo Chen, this big shot. So he was one generation higher than Wu Jiang in terms of seniority. Of course, Wu Jiang had nothing to complain about either. Huazong would step into Emperor realm before long. Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even if it was the weakest Emperor Cloud Heaven realm, it was also not an unimportant character in the sect anymore. Therefore, Huazong's status in the extreme medicine sect was not low. Huazong nodded slightly, considered to have responded. But Wu Jiang said in great joy, "Martial uncle Huazong came just in time. This boy is trying to win popular support in front of our extreme medicine sect's gates, slandering the extreme medicine sect, and even breaking our extreme medicine sect's disciples' legs. Martial uncle, please uphold justice and take this boy down." Wu Jiang was a wily old fox too. Since Huazong came, this matter would naturally have Huazong take charge. Want to beat or kill, it was all up to him. Huazong did not react. He just said lightly, "Kneel down." Wu Jiang and his fellow disciples were taken aback and said, "Martial uncle Huazong." Huazong's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Kneel down." Wu Jiang naturally did not dare to contradict Huazong. He could only kneel down unwillingly and said, "I wonder how this disciple has offended martial uncle Huazong. Martial uncle, please make things clear." Huazong ignored him but turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Junior apprentice brother, Yi, do you want my help?" One sentence, and everyone was extremely shocked. What did he call? He actually called this master as his junior apprentice brother? No way, right? Although this lord is true sovereign heaven, that sovereign Wu Jiang calls his martial uncle, it can be seen that his status in the extreme medicine sect is extremely high. He's actually calling a Saint Sovereign Heaven Junior apprentice brother. Like this, wouldn't that Wu Jiang have to call Master Yi martial uncle too? Amazing. No wonder, Master, Yi had a lecturing tone all along. It turned out that his ident. One, Tai is actually so frightening. The extreme medicine sect is well-deserving as the present heaven one's #1 major sect. It's indeed still of high moral standing and commands universal respect. It's just that some monks recited the scriptures wrongly. We've blamed the extreme medicine sect unjustly. One junior apprentice brother immediately caused the entire place to burst into an uproar. Before this, there was seriously no one who dared to think so. A mere Saint Sovereign Heaven, what the H-E-L did he count for in the extreme medicine sect? Although the extreme medicine sect was not a super major sect like the Labyrinth Divine Palace, they still had tens of thousands of Saint Sovereign Heaven disciples. It could be said that Saint Sovereign Heavens were as plentiful as dogs in hegemon-level sects. To those upper echelons, they would not go and care about the life and death of Saint Sovereign Heavens at all. Wanting to stand out from among Saint Sovereign Heaven, there was only defying the heavens all the way and reaching the Emperor realm. If not, one at least had to kill their way to the forefront among true Sovereign Heavens too. Therefore, no one ever thought that Yi Yuan was the extreme medicine sect's upper echelon. Yet he was. The moment his ident, 1, Tai became clear, the surrounding people also finally understood why Yi Yuan kept on lecturing Wu Jiang and Qian Nan. These guys brought shame upon the extreme medicine sect's name. Yi Yuan could not stand it and was slapping their faces. One sentence immediately plus feeded these people's negative emotions towards the extreme medicine sect completely away. As for Wu Jiang and the rest, they were completely dumbfounded. J Junior apprentice brother? Isn't martial uncle Hua Zong Grandmaster Zhuo Chen's youngest disciple? When did another junior apprentice brother pop out? Wu Jiang was stunned. In other words, we were all posturing to our martial uncle earlier. Just now, I was still scolding. Who the H-E-L do you think you are? Wu Jiang only felt bitterness in his mouth. In the extreme medicine sect, heavenly alchemists were revered as supreme. Martial artists took second place, and Zhuo Chen was also an extremely strong existence among grade 8 heavenly alchemists, his status being extremely high. Otherwise, even if Hua Zong was a personal disciple, Wu Jiang would not be so respectful either. After all, he had a master too. But now, he actually offended Grandmaster Zhuo Chen's disciple. This was a disaster. When Hua Zong greeted, Yi Yuan still did not turn back and just said coolly, "Then I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother, Hua." This junior apprentice brother is currently administering needles and can't get up to pay respects to senior apprentice brother. I hope that senior apprentice brother is magnanimous. After healing these wounded, we'll talk again. Hua Zong nodded slightly and said, "As it ought to be. Wounded people, come over to my side." Hence, these two people started treating those wounded. Hua Zong was a peak grade 6 heavenly alchemist, his strength being extremely formidable. Otherwise, he would not have been taken in by Zhuo Chen as a personal disciple too. He had also just arrived and did not see Yi Yuan treating the rest before. However, when Zhuo Chen summoned him, he told him about some of Yi Yuan's characteristics. This Xuanji 9 leaves was one of them. Therefore, the moment he saw stars revolving around, he knew that Yi Yuan was here. But at this time, he divided a portion of his energy to focus on Yi Yuan there and was incredibly shocked in his heart. What swift and fierce technique!